Alrighty, hello every folks and good evening. Welcome to a terrible idea. Terrible idea that I promised to do, well, 4 years ago at this point. I guess technically a little bit less than 3 years ago, or actually no, a little bit less than 4 years ago. It was like 3.8-ish years, give or take. Anyways, a little bit before Tor ended up coming out friggin' ages ago. Now, there's a little bit of backstory to this particular one. So before all of this was a twinkle in anyone's eye, there was a little bit of a weird mechanic back in the PSP version of this game in which you could essentially multiply just about anything dependent on racial skills that any character could go and carry around. On paper, a good mechanic. In reality, something that completely broke stuff in half because they kind of forgot to check whether or not your person was a person before checking if they're, getting a defensive bonus for being a person, which meant that people could basically just sort of become better at everything versus everything else. Something the AI didn't take advantage of, and something that tended to throw the difficulty curve straight in the toilet. But anyways, besides all of that, it was a mechanic that allowed for, in theory, some flexibility on mechanics for doing things that you otherwise really should not be able to do. Namely, taking stuff that basically was harmless and making it very harmful. So, by essentially abusing several different mechanics in that version, you could effectively take the basic throwing rock, which is usually only used for waking somebody up, and you could, in theory, basically twist that into something that was a very, very effective weapon. Now, this really did not last very long. Pretty much as soon as anything became aware that levels exist whatsoever, or even remotely decent armor started existing, you went right back to doing one as you were supposed to. But either way, it was a neat little parlor trick in that version. Now, I started doing that run. I got about 4 months into the dang thing before the kind of unfortunate thing happened that that particular PC died, because I was doing it on emulator, because obviously something like this is ungodly levels of tedious. So, funny little result of that is that one mostly ended up getting lost. I think I had up until Rhyme 1 completed for that one. But yeah, it was taking a very, very, very long time to do. So, yeah, when marketing was happening for Tor, when it was first coming out, essentially there was somebody over from that side of things that ended up reaching out. Essentially, we were talking back and forth, and then they were asking, hey, when are you planning on doing a throwing rock only run for this one? I was like, you know what, there's about 100 other things I want to do first, but we'll get around to that one eventually. So, eventually is right now, so we're just going to go ahead and do that then. Anyways, let's see, January 24th sounds about good. This doesn't really affect anything. This is just kind of because I feel like doing it. And okay. What's interesting is that this time around, on paper, there should be a lot less things to actually mess around with. Also, we're just going to go all left-hand options and hope that gives a strength bonus. Kind of depends on what these cards end up doing at the very start, but we'll find out when that happens. Also, hello there to Shunkin. Hope you're having a good evening. I have absolutely no idea if anyone's bothering to show up tonight, but these things have a tendency to do pretty decently once we hit around the 1 a.m., 2 a.m. mark, so we'll see what's happening around then. Also, I still can't believe they have this in the card. Yes, you accidentally whoopsie somebody else. You accidentally just, trip and fall into a relationship and somehow wound up with a throuple. How'd that happen? Anyway, so, with that all being said, what are the actual mechanics we can exploit here? Because there really should not be many. Obviously, racial skills do not exist anymore in this one. However, there is the kind of critical, I guess, critical knockback is what I typically like to call it. Honestly, I don't know what you'd realistically call the thing. It's like a baby's first critical, honestly. It's a very slight chance, I think it's something like 25-ish%, whenever something hits, to essentially knock them backwards, and if they're knocked backwards into something, it does slightly more, but we'll get to that as we get to it. Obviously, we gotta go with Earth Element, because we're all about the rocks here. You take this one as your person? Sure, why not? This is actually going to be one of the very, 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 very few occasions where elemental bonuses will not actually matter, which is kind of nifty, I suppose. Yeah, it'll probably be the one time that somebody actually has a valid argument for damage not potentially being insane if you know what you're doing. But we'll find out when that happens. Alright, so first order of business, we'll go ahead and skip through all of this, and one thing that I would like to see, if anybody is there, I have a few terrible rock pun names in mind, but for any character, since we will definitely be losing people along the way, I'm gonna need some recommendations for good rock names. But we'll get to that again as we'll get to it.
Vice. I am the.
Alright, skip through all of this. Go ahead and kind of go split on these first answers here.
Swell.
There we go. We'll just do 2, 2, and 1, I think, for no particular reason other than that's just not usually a combination that I go for.
What about you?
Yep, we'll just insult the guy and say that we need their help anyway. Why not? Okay. So, how do we do on numbers here? Strength and vitality, way higher than everything else. Sounds fantastic. Let's go. That is decent enough. Alright. Now, for the very beginning here, really, you can't help but win at all. I want to rock. Fair enough. Yeah, I want to sounds like a good name. Also sounds like potentially an old song, but whatever. Also, this actually might be one of the only times that there... Oh, Rockin' Body. Alright, we'll take advantage of the extended text limit. Why not? There will be one exception, just because of a terrible Pokemon pun. We will have somebody named Steven. But anyway, that's kind of whatever as far as all that goes. And okay. Yeah, but this is probably going to be the one time that we don't need to have elemental bars up. And additionally, there's probably only 2 characters that are actually going to be hitting anything above 1 for any reasonable amount of time, with Denim and Canopus in this particular case. Or, not Denim, rather, Chuck Throwhard, as we decided to keep that name around. It was the closest thing to something extremely dumb that would potentially fit in that particular thing.
You'll need a class mark. And...
Let's see.
Are you?
There's no reason to go making things harder on yourself.
Rocky Pebble Boa. Yes. That'll work. I think Pebble Boa will work.
Take.
Alrighty, so. Also, it still kind of cracks me up to no end. You know, we're going to pretend that all of the rocks used for this run came from what's left of this castle at the very beginning, because this is basically the only map they visually updated. All the other ones are the same. They updated all the kind of internal mechanics. They updated where, you know, certain tiles were glitchy in the PSP version. They updated kind of a... I wouldn't really call it pathing, but sort of priority on when and where stuff appears below, above or below or whatever else. Seeing as this entire thing is not really 3D, it's more of an illusion. But, essentially they did update all of that, but this is the only one that they decided to update visually for whatever reason, outside of lighting. I guess they just really wanted Almarca to look like shit, but oh well. Yeah, this place barely looks like it's standing. It is what it is. I guess we'll just collect all of their rocks, and why the hell not? Alright. So, alright, couple of ground rules as far as this rock is concerned. Basically, inbuilt throwing rock type things are the only thing that is allowed. Technically speaking, we will allow for certain better throwing rocks down the road, just kind of for the hell of it, because realistically by that point it's kind of, you know, fine one way or the other. Though I will go ahead and leave in a restriction for March of the Black Queen, in which we can only have 2 heavy units, not that it really matters that much anyway. But yeah, so things like, for example, Griffins, which are kind of inevitable down the road. I don't want this to inadvertently become the Griffin-only run, because I was planning to do that at some point anyway. But yeah, for this particular one, that will be allowed. As far as any kind of support-type abilities, you know, speed-ups, heals, all of that sort of thing, those are allowed. Shield bashes are obviously a weapon, so those are not allowed. Let's see, cards are allowed, though they really will not make much of a functional difference in this particular instance. Carrying a weapon around for the defensive bonus and stuff like that is fine, as long as it doesn't have a counterattack on it. And additionally, pincer attacks obviously are not allowed, even if they are unarmed. Like, unarmed counters, let's say if somebody has a bow or something, are just kind of inevitably going to happen. NPCs doing their thing in the background will inevitably happen. So stuff like that is fine. Things like recruits are going to be allowed just because it's kind of funny. They run up, throw an entire just like truckload of rocks into somebody's face, and they're like, "Hey, would you like to be my friend?" "Yeah, okay, just please stop throwing rocks at me." So yeah, anyway. Now, as far as knockbacks go, I guess we'll see how this goes. This actually might be one of the only situations in which it may potentially be a very good choice to load everybody up with luck bands, but, you know, we'll see how that goes down the road. As far as the sort of inbuilt auto knockback type of shtick here, it's kind of a leftover mechanic from the PSP version, essentially taking what was originally Bash 1, I believe, or Knockback 1, rather. Sorry, they renamed it for Bash, Bash for One Vision. Which, obviously, has definitely kind of taken over for that PSP version these days. But, yeah, it's something to the tune of around 25% give or take, but it also seems to have a luck component to it. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I've asked around. It does not appear to be clear whether anybody's actually looked into that, because why would they bother? So yeah, I guess we'll find that out as we go. As far as classes go, whether any of that will realistically matter, most of this is probably going to be stuff like Knights and Clerics, since, you know, damage-wise it's basically about the same. Knights for Phalanx, Clerics for Blessing. There we go, there was that critical knockback I was talking about. So essentially we go from 1 to 11, which is fantastic when everyone's minimum health is in the 300s, but it's fine, we'll figure out a way. A lot of this is going to come down to spacing, just kind of long-term tanking and winning through attrition. Occasionally there will be cases where NPCs can be abused, and I'll go ahead and allow it because kind of, you know, what the hell, why not? Stuff like giving exorcism to Cashro over there for the purpose of making sure that the zombies don't keep coming back for several hours on end, as this entire stream might simply revolve around, you know, 1 or 2 fights, give or take. We'll see how that ends up playing out in the long run. First one that's going to be against a particular very squishy wizard will not last a particularly long time because you very literally cannot make it do that. Canopus just kind of kills the poor guy. But from there, a certain necromancer afterwards, that is a little bit more of a problem. But either way, we'll see how it goes. Alright. So yeah, none of these guys are going to be doing very much at the very beginning, but we'll get to it as we do. Now, how's everybody doing with this nice little festive freezing apocalypse currently going on right now? Because as of today, I spent a solid chunk of it just sliding on absolutely nothing. Hell, I saw 5 people jammed up in one little intersection earlier today. Nice little crash immediately afterwards. Kind of curious how bad it is everywhere else, because Michigan is currently going through it. Definitely not the nicest time to be outside. Actually, that's partially why I'm here tonight. Let's see. Is that even working right? Hold on. I just noticed. Is the audio... Can anyone let me know if the audio is coming through correctly on their end? I'm getting a little bit of a warning on this side. If y'all could let me know if anything is being affected, that would be greatly appreciated. But that is what these early parts are for, after all. Okay. So currently we've got 3 back-to-back, these little 4 back-to-back pushback crits, so I guess actually this might potentially be a chance to double-check something. Because if we check his luck... how are we looking on luck right now? Yeah, there's luck in the stars, moderation is your greatest ally. Yeah, you know what, I think there's a pretty solid chance that luck will definitely be involved in the knockback thing. There was a question earlier as far as whether or not it was involved, and that's the thing. With luck, nobody really knows in a lot of cases. It's a weird stat. Let's see, working on a cruise ship, and the sea is not yet frozen, so all good. Give it some time. Global warming will somehow be, like, transform into global freezing, and then we got to deal with the snow apocalypse and polar bears attacking the dolphins, but... yeah, you know what? Somebody should write that book. I would not be the one to write it, but it does sound interesting. Alright, but yeah... Gotta be a good time to be on a cruise, though. Can't imagine it's too busy this time of year. Surely there aren't too many suntanners out there. Then again, maybe. Well, no. I would think peak season would probably be around spring, right? I'm not sure. I don't know. Either way, I'm surprised that. Why am I surprised that you're getting a signal on a cruise ship? Of course, you'd get a signal on a cruise ship. You get paid Wi-Fi and stuff. I mean, I suppose you probably wouldn't have to work on it. Wouldn't have to pay for it if you work there. So, yeah, please tell me they don't make you pay for your work Wi-Fi. That'd be pretty messed up. Alright. Like, I've seen places where people had to pay for their uniforms and then immediately had to have a certain amount of extra uniforms. So that was always fun. Alright, anyway, first guy done. Not exactly like there's any challenge in the intro, but it is what it is. Technically, it was only rocks. And yeah, if y'all got any good additional pun names, seen at least 12 people here, so that would be good to see. I'm sure we'll get more down the road once we actually get some folks arriving. Alright. Pelting Fury, of course, as it was last time.
What do you think?
Something that they still have not brought back since Night of Lotus. Still waiting for that Night of Lotus remake. go ahead and rename you. So let's see. The first one... First one was I Wanna. Hi there, True Light. How's it going? Alright, so we got I Wanna Rock. Next up, let's see, Rock Your Body. Let's see if there's room for that. Possibly, possibly. There we go. Actually, wait, no, there is space for all of it. Hold on. Doing good. All right, fantastic. Great to hear. All right, next, got Pebble Blower. All right, and I Rock. There we go. Grommel, the guy from It's Cut Off. Oh, the rock map on fire from Fire Emblem 9? Sure, why the hell not? Also, the guy that kind of looks like a rock in RuneScape. Anyway, I think that's the one dude that gets vaporized in that one plotline that basically went nowhere. There we go, Gramel. Just a rock. I mean, we already got Chuck Throwhard. That kind of got there. Although that's all the NPCs for right now anyway. We'll get more in a moment. The Rock. Oh yeah, Dwayne. Yeah, we gotta have a Dwayne Johnson at some point. Okay, fair enough. Alright, now let's go ahead and run into the main problem of this one. We're gonna go ahead and... Actually, first things first, let me go ahead and save it. So, I'm gonna go ahead and say for the most part... So, due to everything here... I'm gonna say no retreats, but also... We'll see if that actually applies. Because as far as that rule goes... actually, no, wait. First of all, let me get an actual full party for this, because we're going to want more people.
Take a look around.
Let's see, Dakar Rocks. We already got Pebble Boa. I think that'll count for Pebbles. Let's go ahead. What do we got for strength here? Go Chaotic. Go ahead and
Let's give the word.
make them Earth, of course, as if it really matters in this case. There we go. We got V-Rock.
You sure?
Oh, what the hell's the name of the DJ from V-Rock in GTA? Anybody remember? Like, not Laszlo, the other guy? Like, the one that ends up, I think he ends up, like, dying of an OD by the time they get to Vice City. Anybody remember? Also, hi there, Adam. Thank you. Let's see, Chuck. Oh, yeah. Well, no, we already have Chuck. I don't know what Dakar is, but whatever. We'll make a Dakar. We have a lady with very high strength here.
Trust
Make her
me, boy.
Earth as well. We're going to get demolished within the first chapter here because of all the air elements. There we go. Pop one of them in, and that is at least a full party for now until somebody dies. And there we go. So now we get into training. Thankfully, no matter what their level, and then yeah, we're gonna have basically the same numbers. As far as equipment goes, I think we got some from the dead guys earlier, so we'll just go ahead and pop them in right there. Don't question where you got all this stuff from, soldier. There we go. Pop that there, pop that there. Just kind of ignore the brain matter inside the helmet if you could. And we'll go ahead and go on from there. Alright. And yes, you have True Light. I've recognized the logo. I wonder if you changed the name at some point. Might be completely wrong with that, but anyway. So probably should not be doing training mode as of yet. I will say no retreats, but if we get absolutely just dismantled in training mode, then it is what it is. It'll technically be an embarrassing loss in the pile that was very well earned. Because, yeah, this is just kind of a terrible idea overall. But, again, we'll deal as we'll deal. Hopefully, yeah, you don't have any... I don't think anyone's going to have any counter weapons outside of... I just noticed that Valk actually has some counter weapons on her. So he had a different account back then, but yeah. Oh, that would explain it. That would explain it. Balboa, again, we have both Pebbles and Balboa. We have... Here. Yeah, Pebble Boa right over here. got that double covered. Alright. Alright, so a little bit on mechanics of rocks here. Basically, their distance is going to work the same way as with any kind of bows or longbows, anything along those lines. Essentially, if they end up landing their kind of baby crits, they do end up getting a little bit of knockback going. If that knockback ends up knocking into something, that gives 10. As far as criticals go, they can't achieve criticals even with critical cards, but they, again, do get that knockback. I'm going to allow things like Paralytic Wave for obvious reasons of please, they just like make them stop attacking. Also just noticed I can't even use the Archer because I forgot to take her equipment off, so we'll deal with that in a bit of a moment. In fact, actually, I think we'll just go ahead and scrap this particular training run right now because these guys are completely not set up and I didn't even think about that. Let's see. Around the time that Tactics Ogre Reborn came out? Yeah, this run originally was promised before Reborn even actually happened, funnily enough. it was a case that it was promised to somebody in the marketing department over at Square, and yeah, it was just promising that it would be done at some point, and it is now some point. So we got that. All right, hold on, quick thing. Yeah, no weapons. We're gonna leave shields on there for armor purposes. They can't really do anything unless ordered to. Actually, it probably is worth picking up some stones here for the purpose of extending everything a little bit. I think a lot of items are gonna end up being spent on even just stuff like training mode here. Probably some warrior marks because we are going to need a little bit more health on these guys at some point, but we'll get to that when we get to it. A bit more Sybil marks, a bit more heals over here. Oh yeah, so add-on things. So, actually wait, before I forget, hold on, go to shop, buy the things. Buy the things over here, get the exorcism, and go ahead and get one more heal, I think. Okay. So technically, I could make stuff a little bit easier myself by going and putting Spirit Surge on her. Yeah, technically it's allowed under the rules, but also it just feels like it wouldn't be in the spirit of the challenge, so we'll go ahead and not do that. Alright, so things that don't affect rocks. Weapon skills don't affect rocks, but these do apply defensively, so we can go ahead and leave them on there. They do give a little bit of protection versus those particular weapon types, which was a thing that really only was only relevant to any degree back when we were doing the level 1 run back about 5 years ago, give or take. So that was all well and nifty around that time. Now in that version, that particular effect was a lot more prevalent on account of it could potentially stack with many other things. So either way, it's not going to be as relevant this time around, but it is what it is. Now, as far as debuffs go, we will have probably multiple units spamming debuffs. I don't want this to turn into just like debuff only, because technically that would be another thing I'm planning on doing down the road. But I would like to have at least a couple units that would potentially have access to these things. So stuff like Paralytic Wave, eventually Petrifying Cloud, Sleep, that will be allowed. But things like Charm or Poison will not be. At least for now. If stuff gets ridiculous, then maybe. Like, we'll consider it. Probably not, though. Alright, let's go ahead and swap. I'm going to say you. You can go ahead and be a wizard. Just kind of make them a little bit distinct. There we go. Alright. Actually, I'm going to allow stickers on people, by the way, for the purposes of parrying and whatnot. But yeah, we really do not need many of the usual things that you'd kind of expect here. Alright, one sleep for you, one paralytic wave for you, one additional sleep on you, and that kind of sort of works. So yeah, shop-wise, I feel like sort of the beginning and end of a lot of optimizations for these guys are going to be these daggers. Pick up more defender rings, because of course, as far as if you're thinking we're going to get any reasonable offense by switching to war rings, there's a couple of cases where they will be useful. Like, if a character is good enough that it actually manages to make a difference, they'll get one of those. Otherwise, everybody else is just expecting to max out their damage at 11, and that's about that. Alright. So, we got this here. Again, even if they have a finisher, they will not be using it. These are just for the purposes of parrying, since there is at least a chance that they can go and parry some stuff out of the air. You know, It's exactly something. Alright, do we got any spare headbands? No. And there. And why stickers in particular? Because they are extremely lightweight. What's up? I don't know. You tell me, Genotype. Currently, we are throwing rocks at things. So, currently the sort of first bar to clear here is to be able to even survive training mode. so that's something. Now, the reason we're doing this right now as opposed to doing the first map, because the first map is basically a free win. Doing the Necromancer after that is going to basically be the finish line for the stream for today. Now, the reason that we're doing training mode first is primarily to hopefully not have these guys scale up to any degree. Seeing as at the very beginning, things like just having shields, defender rings, that sort of thing, do tend to give you a pretty noticeable advantage the first time you go into training. After that, they start dropping off a little bit. Seeing as 5 when everybody's stats are under 100, it really does a pretty decent number. After that, it just basically doesn't matter much, but again, we'll kind of deal as we'll deal. So the only time that we reasonably do anything to anybody at all is in situations like this, where it would essentially take 37 crits versus this one basic soldier here in order to actually get them taken down. From there, I'm essentially going to have these guys going and spamming things like Sleep and Paralytic Wave, which do have pretty decent odds with concentration. So essentially what this consists of is putting everybody to sleep and then pelting the poor unfortunate bastards that are left against a wall, until eventually they do this thing where they don't breathe anymore. So yeah, that's kind of nifty, you know, as you do. I'm not going to say it's a very quick process, but it is certainly a process, one that certainly occurs to some degree. Ignore the 5% to 8% odds to hit. This guy does not have concentration yet. He's trying. Give him a chance. Alright. For a second there, I thought I forgot to turn on the auto text, but yeah, no, it should still be there by default. Alright. I'll go ahead and throw stuff here. See, it wasn't here at the start, but you're allowed to use status. It's not just rocks only. Well, for the purposes of actually hurting things, it's rocks only. So, like, no poison, no charm, anything like that. This is just for the purpose of just putting stuff out of the way for the time being. Technically speaking, could we go and do something along the lines of just making everybody into a knight and just sitting there spamming phalanx all day while going and spamming rocks? Sure. Technically, that plus positioning is possible. It just sounds a lot more boring. I kind of feel like this opens up a few more options, because it does give at least some kind of funny visuals with everybody being asleep on the ground. I guess we could always put that up to a vote, you know? I don't know. We'll see. Alright. Also, I guess I probably should put those bars back up here. Because, yeah, without those, I don't really know who's currently falling to pieces or not. Unfortunately, though, the downside of putting it on a trackpad is it can be kind of finicky to turn off. I'm gonna do one of those. There we go. Everything is at least somewhat decent here. Alright. So, yeah. That is more or less going to be about that there. But yeah, certainly open to opinions on that one. If it is considered that, you know, essentially putting everybody to sleep or what have you would be a problem, like, this is already going to be ungodly tedious as it is, as you can probably tell here, seeing as the only time they do anything is with a knockback crit, and especially if they keep rolling 7% block chances, this is going to take a hot minute. What does throwing stone only mean? So throwing stone only just means that they throw stones at things. That's their only source of actually hurting anything at all. Now, I was mentioning earlier, there's also a further limitation on this, because the obvious answer is, well, you know, eventually switch over to beast units. Well, sure, to some degree. Also, I forgot to mention that knockback crit chance can actually low roll, so instead of doing, for example, 11, that one did 10. Not a huge difference, but it is kind of funny that they bothered to program that in. Let's see. EMS would be possible, but would be damn tough. What do you mean EMS? What am I missing there? Or Earns? It looks like EMS. I'm assuming that's EMS. Anyway. Let's see, are you mad? Well, no. This was something that was promised way back when. Basically, it was one of the first challenge runs I actually promised to do for this thing. So that's kind of about that. Anyways, at this point, it's kind of to some extent a sort of evolution of sorts of the one that we were doing a couple of years ago, the whole no movement run. And that one ended up being fairly boring because it could end up being done. Sure, it wasn't exactly too much of an issue. The main annoyance of that one mostly just kind of came down to the fact that you were sort of trying to predict what the AI was going to do at any given time, and so oftentimes it just consisted of waiting for them to do the dumb thing, and then that was kind of about that. So that was a little bit boring. What I like about this is that it basically is a situation where you have to find a way to checkmate the AI without ever really hurting them, and then find a way to essentially live on that map forever, which is kind of interesting in my opinion. Alright. So hold on, two-part message. Oh, I see. It was a two-part message. Let's see. If you could only use rocks only, it would be impossible because you couldn't use spells or items as well because damage would outpace from enemies. Rocks' damage numbers, but only able to use spells/items would be possible, but would be damn tough. Okay, yeah. So that's kind of sort of true-ish. Technically, there's probably ways to make it happen, seeing as the first few chapters would still essentially force you to have casual around, so you still have a source of healing to some degree. So in theory, you could just essentially sit there collecting cards forever on Denim, essentially just turn them into an absolutely jacked Giga God at some point, and yeah, at that point, eventually you'd have a win of some sort. That sounds, again, kind of boring, though. Like, that's why I wanted to do it this way, so that the obvious answer isn't just to do it solo. I really don't like runs where the obvious answer is just to stack one unit forever. There's some exceptions where that's fun, like, see the Stubborn Wretch challenge from a little bit ago. Yeah. In this case, the items are already limited enough that I don't really feel like it would be too much of an issue, especially when it comes to baked-in percentages and stuff like that, where you can go and guarantee your odds in certain situations. Stuff like spamming stun in order to delay things, putting units to sleep and what have you. It's just interesting. As far as I see it, it's just kind of a cool way of going and potentially exploring these maps, maybe finding some new mechanics or what have you. So yeah, there's that. All right, 8%. Come on, you can do it, Dwayne Johnson. He cannot do it, unfortunately. It's faltering like his acting career. Alright. Anywho, continue throwing rocks at things. We will be here doing training mode until 4 a.m. But yeah, no. Essentially, once rings are available, that's going to be the first big kind of way for this to go and get ahead here. Additionally, most maps will not actually be a full clear like this one, seeing as most of them will be kind of leader-only type of maps, and a lot of the early leaders have a tendency to be fairly squishy. So, for example, somebody could go and throw, let's say, some mead over on whoever needs smushing, go throw Canopus at the problem, and that does tend to actually run some pretty decent numbers. So, just kind of something to consider. This is definitely not the only way that things are going to look throughout the entire run. Eventually, we will have access to stuff like reptiles. I mentioned earlier that we are sticking with one limitation for March of the Black Queen there, which is that there will only be 2 heavy units allowed on the team at any given time. So more than likely this will be a couple of Griffins. Mostly for thematic reasons, but also just because I don't want it to be just using beast units all the time. I'm just going to go ahead and ban dragons outright because, like, honestly, that is just their normal, functional way that they do things. Just, like, sit still, be invincible, throw rock. So I don't want to do that, that's... I want to say that's dull. This run is already a preposterously dull rule set, but we'll get there over time. We'll get there. Alright, so currently they are lining up in a pretty unfortunate manner. Basically what I'm trying to do right now is to get whoever can possibly survive up there to the right section there. The AI has a tendency to kind of freak out if you can get beyond that ledge and block off the path to the left, because they don't actually have a, well, realistic way to get there. Also, I forgot to put a heal on her, which definitely puts a damper on things, unfortunately. Because normally you only want to throw rocks in a situation where somebody can get knocked backwards. If you can get somebody in that little island where I have people stacking onto right now, you can essentially you can create a situation where every one of those tiles will now suddenly do a lot more. So that's kind of the eventual goal there. But For right now, we're just going to continue doing ones. That archer's going to eventually switch over to literally anything else. There's no benefit whatsoever to her being in that class right now. She just happened to be in that class, and that's really about it. Let's see. Clicked on the video for the interesting idea. Stayed for the display of the indomitable human spirit. It is human to throw stone. There's just something fun about it. You just see the thing fly through the air and hit something. It makes a cool smush noise, and your day improves. I have no idea why. There's just something in human nature about it. It's basically the same logic behind the Iron-Locked Iron Man from the other day. And that was the first critical knockback of this entire unfortunate saga right there. Or at least of this particular one. Yeah, currently Denim is the only one realistically capable of getting repeat knockback criticals. It's, again, basically luck-based, and his necklace comes with a bonus to luck, so he's 10% more likely to do it than anybody else. I think we can safely confirm that it's entirely luck-based at this point. And everybody outside of the wizard on this particular map can't actually do anything, so yeah, we just basically put him to sleep. Everybody else can just sort of wander around and get hit by rocks, and that's more or less our plan here. So yeah. Alright, let's see. Throw a rock at that guy. So it's decent enough, as long as the way to the right there is blocked. I completely forgot about the Valkyrie. Yeah, the Valkyrie has to go too. Thing about Valkyries, they can go through the water. They are the only one of the basic classes that's going to be semi-aquatic, and currently these guys will not be running any upgraded equipment for a decently long time, so most of the time they can just be left on land here. Now, there is no situation in which we'll be able to get much of a reasonable level advantage. Basically, this section of the game is the only time that happens. Pretty much as soon as you end up hitting level 2, it's no longer an option. Or rather, Chapter 2, I should say. So yeah, we'll deal with that as we'll deal. But for now, it's just kind of our first basic option. Once you end up getting to 2, though, that's when you also end up unlocking Farampa, which then also allows you to go and collect cards, which means that you can stack all of said cards onto one guy, which is currently where the level 1 run ended up leaving off, because currently I have not bothered finishing that yet. Really, no other reason beyond that. As soon as one unit can be killed off here, that's already at least some experience gained, and we'll be able to move on from there. Alright. Oops, just throwing rocks at nothing here. Apparently that water just did something wrong at some point. Yeah, there's a pretty decent chance that we might end up losing this thing without getting any damage done whatsoever. Oh well, still worth a try. In fact, I think this is probably not the best one to be doing this on. Because now that I think about it, like this one, you know what? No. Let's go ahead and retreat out of this one. So, the units that you run into in all of these different locations are going to be a set thing. It just occurred to me that the ones over in Crisaro might actually be a bit more worthwhile for this. And in fact, I never actually checked the Goliath ones, so let's go take a look. Gonna scout this out. Alright. Yeah, Goliath, we've got no healers, 2 wizards, ninja of all things. I don't think they actually have any of their abilities, though. Let's see. These guys are just gonna come with basic missiles. Those guys... This is one of those funny things that happens, by the way. One of the kind of funny side effects of the way that they made Reborn. The original system still had levels assigned to weapons, even though weapon levels were removed in this version. So it doesn't know what to actually do with the ninjas available this early, so it's just like, I guess we give them a crossbow or something, because their swords don't exist yet. But anyways, yeah, so that's not really going to matter too much. I'm going to try to respawn this a couple times, see if there's something a bit different, because if it's just ninjas, that's fine. Like, the thing is, as long as you achieve a win, the entire party ends up getting stuff. So, I believe these are going to be set, but let's double check. Yeah, slightly different spawn this time. I'm going to respawn it one more time. What the hell, why is there ninjas and Goliath in Chapter 1? Because there is. Tactics Ogre MLP Edition. Exactly. Also, hi there, Stone. It's been a bit of a while. Haven't seen you in a few months. Alright, let's see. Is there an items only run on the channel? I might do that for fun. Rocks only seems like torture. Yes, I did plan to do items only for this down the road. This one I wanted to take a look at right now just to kind of see what kind of difficulties we run into. Items only is shockingly actually possible. Simply because Cashua exists. Because technically speaking, if you give her Spirit Surge, you don't have any usable items in Chapter 1, so you basically just keep her alive and she wins fights for you, along with Vice. But then once you end up getting to Chapter 2, shots immediately become available. If you saved all your money from the start, you can buy a couple hundred of those things, and as long as you keep somebody training their weapon skills up, like for example in Balmosa, once it's burned down, you actually have a couple archers there. You can train your bow skill by getting shot at by archers or just getting beaten in training mode in general, since they apply defensively as well, so it still checks them for the purpose of experience and what have you. And so if you end up doing that, you can get your weapon skills up without ever swinging a weapon, and then use that to translate into damage on your shots. So if, for example, you give all of them to somebody like Canopus, have everyone else be a knight, and just kind of sit there eating damage the entire time, he runs around, collects his physical ups. Those couple hundred shots are enough to get you through Chapter 2 and most of Chapter 3. So, anyways, yes, Bergman plus Grenade equals winning in this particular scenario. Let's see, now as someone who has put in as much time as you in this, do you think it's possible to do a full auto/full recruitment challenge? Oshone, Ozma, Sharon, Cresta are the issues, maybe? Full auto, yes. That's one that I've... Yeah, you know, I mentioned in a video recently that I didn't have access to the old PS4 anymore. So, that experiment was one that I started years ago. In terms of doing auto battle, every class is capable of doing it. Getting up to the very end with the one hiccup being once you get to the final boss, because you have the doppelganger fights. But beast tamers in particular are able to get through that one with enough luck. Valkyries and fencers are able to do that with kind of a second amount of most consistency. Clerics are long gone at that point, but with items, they might still have a chance, maybe. So technically, yes, auto battle is possible. There's only a couple classes that are able to do that with minimal frustration, though. But like Valkyries absolutely annihilate this game. Honestly, if you ever want easy mode, just like give Valkyries all their default stuff, give them a heal, a missile, and whatever else. Just kind of walk away and let them beat the game for you. It's kind of hilarious. All right, here. Yeah, this particular map isn't going to work. We're just going to go over to Tynemouth for now. Just kind of accept that everybody's going up a level, and we'll just kind of deal as we'll deal. However, I do want to do something real quick. I'm actually going to do something. So we're going to take out all of the 3s. No, we're not, actually. What do I want to do here? I'm going to put these 3 in. The reason why will make sense in a second. I want Vice gone, so we'll go ahead and take his stuff off here. It's going to remove all of his things entirely. Alright, we'll get him gone, we'll get Cashua gone. There we go. Perfect. And now we essentially run to the back of the map and watch as Canopus wins the fight for us. So this is going to be the one instance of experience manipulation we're going to do in this one. So this was pretty much mandatory for doing One Vision solo, where if you ended up getting... Essentially, if you ended up cheesing the level curve to a certain degree, you could essentially force spawn kind of mid-game equipment early. In this particular case, all I'm really doing is just kind of having these guys sit around and hopefully not die. They may take a hit or two, but realistically, again, Mr. Canopus here is basically the only thing that's required to actually win this particular map, so everyone else is going to kind of sit around and just wait. I want Vice to get himself taken out, which he should do pretty easily. And yeah, we'll see how the others do. If Canopus dies, though, well, this run gets a lot more interesting, doesn't it? Because he's kind of mandatory for a lot of it. So we'll see how that plays out. But for now, it's just going to consist of throwing rocks, as you do. Alright. Chuck rock. And if you're wondering why is it throwing rocks and not, what about just doing it unarmed, which basically is the crux of this run. Because if you say that it's unarmed and somebody's throwing rocks, they're like, hey, they're armed with a rock. But if they're doing throwing rocks and somebody punches unarmed, it doesn't really seem like that much of an upgrade, Yeah, there goes Vice. He is dead now. Goodbye. So long. We will see you being an asshole in the next fight. Alright. Anyways, so as far as the whole auto and recruitment thing, depends. So for Oshone, extremely low odds. For that particular one, if you came back in, like, world mode or something, then probably. I would say other than that, though, more than likely the AI would end up killing her off first, because I've seen that happen multiple times. And let's see, as far as Ozma, extraordinarily low odds. So, okay, so you have to have Hobron there. You gotta have pretty much exact counters to specifically only all of the random Terranites and crap that end up showing up on the Ladician side of things, and then from there, if you have specifically just counters to those, like, let's say you come back in World, you have, let's say, like, Fusiliers or something with specifically just those particular counters, then, in the theory, they would be able to get rid of enough of the random NPC units that they're not necessarily getting swarmed. Hopefully, at that point, they end up, in theory, leaving Ozma alone, like if you turn everybody air or something along those lines. So you go ahead, you leave her alone entirely. Eventually, you get to the point that her backup ends up getting taken out, and then hopefully, with any luck, we wind up with a situation where, oh shoot, I just noticed, I think Canopus might actually die here. Well, that's a problem. Here, let's see if we can maybe provide a decent distraction here. All right. Yeah, if he goes, that's problematic. Actually, if he goes, this is more than likely a total loss, but if this is still somehow a win regardless, I'm just going to go ahead and keep it and move on. Because he's somehow running abysmally bad luck right now. Not entirely sure how that's working out. Oh well, regardless. So, the odds are not 0 in that particular instance. Alright? Let's see, Sherry... No, Sherry might just happen on plain luck. That's perfectly fine. Cressida... Yeah, Cressida's not happening. There's no shot that's happening at all. Like, even if you were in a situation where you had come back in New Game Plus or something, you had a situation where everybody was completely one-shotting everything, the AI probably would still not try to revive her. Like, even if they had stones and whatnot, you would need units with incredibly high movement, you would need flight items already, they would have to be able to get to the front. They would have to have some reason to get to the center of the map, which is already pretty darn unlikely. So, let's see. Theoretically, you go back, like, you wait until you're completely in the postgame, right? You go back, you have everybody running around with nothing but Star Eye on or something. Or Heaven Judge, rather. So, yeah, they're just, like, vaporizing everything on contact, right? You turn off the whole level cap thing. And even then, I'm still not entirely sure that they would be able to do it. Because, yeah, you still have the infinite zombies, you still have to get to the center to revive her. She still has to survive the fight afterwards, because even if everybody is freakishly overleveled and whatever else, you're still seeing a situation where if they kill off all the leaders, then they still switch over to the whole kill-all thing, at which point they probably wouldn't even have a reason to go over to that side of the map. That is an experiment worth doing at some point, probably. Also, yeah, this is definitely a restart, if it wasn't obvious already. See, gosh, any of the other Tactics titles remade? Yes. Yes, we do. Like, I still think Night of Lotus is probably the most likely next candidate there. Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to save FFTA and FFTA 2 for whenever they need another free win at some point. Because, yeah. Like, that's just the most obvious gimme in the world there. It's like, hey, you have something else with a Final Fantasy on it. Just like, would you like to print some free money? Is this challenge even possible? Yes, it is. I was trying to do something cheeky here and ended up doing something stupid instead. because I took heal off Kashua, and she's usually the one that goes and keeps Canopus alive. So yeah, that's not necessarily a smart idea. So yeah, with that one simple trick that that wizards hate, we're just going to go ahead and fix that in a bit of a moment. Denham's going to go ahead and get violently stabbed to death over here, as one does. And yeah, then we'll go ahead and restart this thing. No one said this was an Iron Man run. Like I said, the goal of this this particular stream at the moment is just to get past the Necromancer, which is possible. That's as far as I got during my test run, so it is doable. Just need to stop trying to do cheeky stuff over here. Put you there, put you there. Additionally, I need to remember to put a heal on before I forget. You need to do something else, like for example be a cleric. Let's see. See, then Deneb wouldn't be possible because I don't think the AI does any kind of recruitment at all, so you won't get any of those requirements, auto only. Yeah, Deneb would not be possible in that situation whatsoever. That is for sure. Alright. One of you. You're fine as you are, you're fine as you are. You're decent enough. You need to be a knight. There we go. But yeah, they won't do recruitment under any means whatsoever, and there's no dragons that you can get under almost circumstances. So that would absolutely not be a thing. Alright. Give you a few different weapons over here. Give you a heal. Actually, we're not going to even bother with the whole Kashua thing. They just all get their heals here. And again, another reason that it can't be 100%, like 100% only. Let's switch you over to. Can't be 100% rocks only. Is you do need stuff like exorcism to be able to get by. Because realistically, you attack something, you know, several dozen, you know, you get several dozen crits in a row. You find yourself in an annoying situation where just out of nowhere something ends up recovering 300 hits worth of damage, you know. So, either way, we've got that there. That'll be decent enough. Yeah, let's go ahead and get you taken off there, and there we go. And I will allow recruitment, as it potentially saves a ton of time and allows for even more rock throwing. So as long as somebody is capable of throwing a rock, they're capable of being recruited. It's kind of like dodgeball, but way dumber. Let's see, the challenges there to be put in against Book of World Record. For incredibly dumb ideas, well, there was that one guy that tried to beat a game that is functionally endless by essentially sitting still for about 3,000 plus hours. Now, personally, I think that's the one that kind of takes the cake for the most most tedious waste of time. But this is certainly up there. Once we get going, there are options that are not monster units that do allow for actually doing stuff. It's partially why recruitments are going to be allowed in order to speed things up, because I do want to see just how far we can get with things like Juggernauts and Hoplites. Primarily just Juggernauts, but, you know, we'll get there when we get there. And yeah, just potentially allows for making use of some otherwise completely useless mechanics, which is usually why I do these, so there's that. Okay, so we let Vice get dead, as he does. Again, weapons are only used for the purpose of parrying things, because you cannot parry without a weapon in your hand. So that's why some of them are carrying daggers and swords. They are like shields, but weird and flimsy and shiny and stuff. Alright, let's see about putting somebody to sleep over here. Take a nap, thank you kindly. Fine, you just go ahead and miss. I didn't want you to do anything anyway. Go ahead and throw a rock. Now, one thing that I do want to clarify, though, one thing that is a little bit of a funny thing, when it comes to comparing this and the PSP version. So we're not comparing with the SNES version, because your throwing rocks actually did respectable damage in that one. They were a actual legitimate way to attack something. For the most part, this was sort of intended in the PSP version to be similar to that SNES version if you end up getting all of your stuff up all the way, because, you know, that was just the way that they were designing that one. It's like, hey, if you want to achieve your crazy heights that you could in this SNES version that you could have just done with your basic stats, you need to go rank up this skill, and this other skill, and this other skill, and did you remember to file all the paperwork for your third skill? I hope not. Or, you know, I hope so, that kind of thing. So that is that's just kind of whatever, you know. Like with anatomy, you could get your throwing rocks pretty decently. You could go ahead and do the whole level thing. The problem was, and kind of the boring part about it, is that this not only didn't last, it was something that again dropped off as soon as there was any decent armor available whatsoever. It was a case where, like, after that anatomy bonus wore off, you really didn't have anything going on there. So in fact, there's a little bit more of a benefit in this particular instance, since you do potentially have the exploitable elemental weakness thing for an additional 30%. You do potentially have that critical knockback thing for an extra 10, which again is not much when people's health reaches the thousands later, but for now, it's something, you know? And there are other ways, like for example, going and funneling units straight off of cliffs, which again, critical knockbacks allow you to go and do. You know, before, granted, you could go ahead and give yourself 100% knockback chance, so that's nice. But in this particular instance, you are able to also give yourself, you know, give yourself some consistent numbers while going along with it. So once we can go and pick up luck rings partway through Chapter 2, that's when things will really start going. There will be instances in which, for example, physical cards along with just Canopus's unreasonable absolute jackness will mean that it will be possible to directly hurt things alongside combining that with various, you know, various bonuses along the way, going and putting breach items for 50%, stuff like that. So we will allow for those things. Eventually we will have Terror Knights worked into the party, essentially replacing the various characters over here. So, you know, Enchantresses and stuff like that are fine for now, but we still have both concentration as well as all of their abilities over there that would be available on the Terror Knight, who can also go ahead and spam Fear at the same time. And that sudden drop in defense is also going to be a pretty noticeable bonus. So, for now, Chapter 1 is going to be carried by the obvious, but then Chapter 2 is going to be carried by Terror Knights, as well as a few other things that we'll get to when we get to them. Alright, so there's that. Now, yeah, obviously we can't really take any weapons off of Canopus for the moment, but, you know, it is what it is. Though, I will say, one little slight thing that I was kind of surprised by, one thing that I was intending to make a video on at some point, was actually, of all things, Xenonauts 2. So I was kind of curious to see where its development was at, since it's kind of been... I mean, it's been up, down, left, and right for... God, I swear, that thing's been, like, around since pre-pandemic. It's crazy to think how long Xeno 2 has been in development, because it has changed over and over and over, trying to be different from Xeno 1, trying to be more like XCOM 2, but then trying to be less like XCOM 2, trying all kinds of little iterations in between. But you know what? Dang it, for what it is, they are at least trying really hard on that particular one. But yeah, I was kind of surprised that they added this one rescue mechanic in there. In which, sure enough, you can actually equip your dudes before going and rescuing them, which is kind of interesting. Or rather, you can at least see what everybody's running before you get in there. Neither here nor there, but I just thought it was kind of neat. They actually had to reserve space on your helicopter for them. Okie doke. Let's see, I did miss a few comments. So first off, let me go ahead and heal this lady with a floppy hat, and then we'll go from there. So, let's see, 3+ hours. The worst challenge I've seen is the old FFX boards saying they could do a no spirit grid run, which isn't possible because of pure stat differences with enemies. No, there is. God, I don't remember how the hell you're supposed to pronounce it, but there's this thing that's like, there's an acronym that's like friggin' 10 letters long or something. It's something like, let's see, no sphere grid, no blitzball, no levels, no grinding, something like that. People just typically refer to it as just the hardest FF10 thing. It looks just obnoxious. It's plain obnoxious. And yeah, like those runs run thousands of hours long. Like I think it takes people years to actually go complete those things. Yeah, you can know sphere grid. You can definitely know sphere grid. That one, there's a lot of ways to cheese that one. That's why a lot of people like running FF10. See, hardest game is post-game is hard. Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically meant to be tedious. Well, I mean, unless we're talking about this one, yeah. But I mean, granted, what is going to be kind of funny with this one is that once we get to post game, it's it really doesn't change much. The numbers go up, but it's functionally the same. So there's that. You know, good or bad, it's technically the same, I suppose. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of time spent exploring individual maps and potentially learning some new choke points exclusive to this version. So yeah, we'll see how that ends up playing out. Alright, continue throwing rocks. And yeah, right now we're really just kind of stalling for time while Canopus does everything. The first real actually bothering to do anything will be on the next map. Like right now, we could try targeting individual units and whatnot, but it makes no difference. There's absolutely no difference. We're just here to collect some free experience and move on. Let's see, someone managed to meet Anima, no sphere grid. Again, not shocked. Not shocked. Like, you can do some pretty ridiculously cheesy stuff in that one. Alright. Continue relying on Pebble Bow over here in order to get all these people hopefully not doing anything. This is partially why I allowed Paralytic Wave and whatnot. Because a lot of these fights would simply turn into get hit, heal, get hit, heal, get hit, heal, or we could just allow Paralytic Wave, and then there's this thing where they just don't do anything. It's a lot faster with the same result. Alright. Do one of those. Yeah, a huge chunk of the party is basically just going to be Knights and Terror Knights by the time we get to the end of the first chapter. But definitely do not expect this one to stop being tedious at any point. Alright. Yeah, one thing that we will do, though, is make sure that Cashua does not make it through this fight. Reason primarily being that if she doesn't make it through, everyone else gets more experience, which means that Lobies get to catch up with everybody else, which means we don't actually have to worry about going into training mode, because somehow even that is just kind of an unrealistic expectation at the moment. As it goes, as it goes. With Canopus on the team, though, that does change a little bit, seeing as... well, with him on the team, after this map, the Almorica map becomes unlosable, funnily enough. You actually can climb up to the top and just throw rocks down, and you can throw the entire party in there. They get free experience, but I don't want to put everybody through that right now. That will be something useful down the road, though. Let's see, oh, the Dark Anima thing was the hardest challenge I watched. I think... I'm trying to think what the hardest would have technically been. I saw one guy going and beating stuff like Fear and Hunger with basic... I think it was like nothing but knockback damage or something like that. There's basically one guy that does challenge runs for that one. And it's to the point that I'm pretty sure that they could just beat it without even touching the keyboard at this point. It's kind of wild to see. But it's just funny stuff to listen to in the background because they got a very, very thick, of what I assume is an Italian accent. So everything sounds funny. Alright. We're almost done here. No, I don't know why I haven't thrown rocks at nothing. And we'll continue on from there. See, no equip, no relic, natural learn, magic, low level, FF6. But no chainsaw. I think it's 4 that has the chainsaw. I'm just being dumb. I constantly get the mainline ones confused, to be honest. Like, until 8, 9, and 10 happened, I don't know. Those ones always end up sticking in my mind. Yes, even 7 I get confused sometimes, but for some reason, it's specifically like 4, 5, and 6 that I regularly just get jumbled in my brain. Like, one of these has the cool Dragoon guy that ends up potentially switching sides multiple times. One of them has Chainsaw King. See, Chainsaw is usable. See, there you go. I wasn't an idiot. I was just reaching for some random archaic unknown knowledge. Oh, there we go. She's gone. Now the map can be done. Yeah, the one downside to losing anyone at this point is that it's kind of an unacceptable expense. It is very literally the same expense to go hire somebody new as it is to have somebody die at this point, which is... Or rather, what am I saying? It is the same expense to revive somebody as it is to just go hire a new person. So yeah, life is cheap in Chapter 1. But it ends up improving later, so that's good. Alright. Now, yeah, all that's left is for Canopus to take one more turn, though realistically we can just keep throwing rocks at this guy. So you saw someone beat FFA no junction. See, I would find that harder to believe, except I did that on my first time through. That's not meant as a flex, I was just a moron. So, my first time through FF8, I just skipped through the tutorial, because, you know, impatient child and whatnot. And so, I literally thought the entire game was just spamming summons the entire time. I was just watching that damn bird animation for what was easily probably over 100 hours, which, granted, was living on a moving truck at the time, it is what it is, but... Either way, I was just sitting there watching those same animations, wondering, like, what do you do in this game? What is the actual thing I'm meant to be doing here? Because this was after I had just done another run of FF Tactics. I'm like, you know, that had a bunch of skills and cool things going on. Why do these characters do nothing? What is the point? So it was just there, just spamming the same freaking things over and over and over and over and over, and yeah, didn't know about the whole junctioning stuff to other stuff thing. I think, or no, I think during the tutorial it forces you to junction like a couple of things for a bit of a second, but when it comes to later on down the road, like. I think it still had the same, like, 1 or 2 fires or whatever it was at the very beginning there. Anyways. Alright. So, let's go ahead and, probably throw stuff off a castle. That sounds like fun. Yeah, so at this point, like I said, this castle, functionally speaking, becomes, unlosable. And let's go over here. Let's go ahead and grab one of these things. I'm actually probably gonna need 2 of them. We'll need 2 down the road. It's the only beat FF8 as an adult. I mean, granted, the story makes a lot more sense as an adult. Got somewhere on Discord and stopped. Yeah, let's see. First time through, I think I got to Pandora, the, like, lunatic Pandora there, and, like, yeah, just got lost. Had no idea what the hell you were supposed to be doing. Alright, let's see. One quick second to have a sip of coffee here. Hi there, Rabbi. How's it going? Let's see this madness. Well, you're ready to sit in for the dramatic rock throwing. We're just gonna sit and throw rocks off of a cliff for a decent minute here. Let's see, what's going to give him a strength bonus? I guess just get a Cestus for a strength bonus. Get one of these. Yeah, basically nothing affects this, by the way. Throw the rock. That's the plan. Okay, so here's how you kind of cheese things for free levels and what have you. So you throw this into here. Throw them into here. Everybody else is just going to be a nice little sacrificial lamb. They're going to get themselves taken out. And then we have one bird guy just sit on top of the castle. That's all he does. It sits there, throwing rocks off of it forever. Funnily enough, the AI has a little bit of a funny quirk where they will attempt to go and run away. Now, before you end up running into that first map, you don't have any cards going and spawning here, which would mean that you could potentially do this a little bit easier, but for now, that'll be just fine. See, keep praying the game comes to Xbox. I have an excuse to make another 20 endgame files. Wait a minute, it didn't make it that... Oh yeah, for some reason they didn't. Right, forgot about that. Well, shoot, that actually... That throws away that plan. I was actually going to go ahead and see about throwing that on there now that there's a few more Microsoft options available. But alright. So, current plan is as follows. All of these guys are gonna go do as they do. Everybody else just kind of throws whatever rocks they can, and we'll go ahead and attempt to throw some rocks at a wizard. Actually, I just noticed I kind of did a dumb here. I probably should have changed Canopus into a fencer, because then he'd actually be able to heal himself, but whatever. When is this game's anniversary? It is 11/11. I only know because they went and released it on 11/11/22, just for the sake of a math pun. You know, is that fair to call that a pun, or just weird? I don't know. I'm gonna choose to call it a pun. To me, it is a math pun. But whatever. They like their weird numerical funnies all the same. Throw a rock over there. For an impressive, still basically nothing. Already? Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's crazy how fast the last few years have passed by. I think every anniversary just sort of seems like it approaches a lot more, because time flies when the world is full of nightmares. So there's that. There's that. Alright, so the cool thing is, when you stick Canopus on top of the wall here, what ends up happening is that they all don't really know what to do when there's no targets left. See, I made fun of triangle strategy for this, because basically the entire game was this thing that we're about to do. We'll just go ahead and call it a reference. But yeah, when they're out of range, they will attempt to find a way to get into range, and if there is no way to get into range, they will attempt to do it anyway. Also, hold up. That is not allowed. That is not allowed. We are going to go ahead and retreat out of that, because that is an illegal hit that he took there. 11/11/22, how poetic? Yes. As it goes. Okay, so, cannot give him the Cestus. He gets to have an axe. He gets his axe back, I guess. Yeah, strength bonus remains the same. That goes there. Do we get anything for this? Yes. And in fact, actually, hold up. Let's see, switching him out of the bird does give him better range, does give him better dex. Yeah, there's really no downside to it. It's weird how the Vartan is so magically inclined, despite not being very good at it anyway. Alright. Let's go down here. And let's see, probably go for a couple of these. This probably will not necessarily help that much. So, funny thing on plumes, they essentially boost kind of the part of the equation that's sort of free floating there. They don't really boost your base power there, which is the main thing that we can realistically boost when it comes to this guy. But let's go ahead and swap him over to... I was looking at the wrong thing earlier. I was looking at archers as opposed to fencers. Okay, maybe that would be a slight downgrade for him. Slight. Slight enough that we'll just go ahead and leave him as is for the time being. Does leave him without the ability to recover very much, but I suppose we could always give him... Nah, maybe not. Whatever. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. You get concentration, though, so that is something. There we go. So intrigued how it's even possible to get through? Well, I was actually mentioning the plan earlier. So Chapter 1, it really only has a couple of hiccups. So once you get yourself a nice happy Birdman, essentially he does have the means to go and stretch out his rock damage a decent bit. Funnily enough, the same way that I was talking about going and spamming stuff like Anatomy and Strengthen in the PSP version, he can just simply do with cards. As much as they are technically a different mechanic, yes, I am still slightly peeved at the whole, like, oh, it's technically different, you can't call them the same thing from years ago. Anyway, as much as it's technically a different mechanic, the end result is basically the same. Anatomy 8 plus Strengthen, you know, whatever you could get to over from the PSP version is the same thing as just carrying 4 of the sword cards around. Now, with that, and chucking him on top of a cliff, essentially what we have is a situation that he's able to reasonably start doing up to double digits, which is still not impressive, but it's still something. When it comes to training maps, there is not very much on these maps that they'll be able to do. Realistically speaking, they don't even bother carrying shields around. They only will have a single weapon skill, no real secondaries or anything along those lines. They will have relatively low numbers, and so this means that we can go ahead and capitalize on that a little bit. For the most part, this still will not be terribly impressive numbers, but he still technically can go and cheese things infinitely. Now, this means that he would be able to then achieve a level advantage for a section of the early game, which at this point would essentially mean that he's only getting an advantage versus both Naivath's assistant, as well as, well, Hector's wife. We won't know that until later, but, you know, the whole game is about feeling like a monster, so we might as well start early, as well as Nibeth himself. So once that ends up going and happening, we then have the nice happy situation that we will get another increase, and then we'll be able to go up north. At that point, it's a little bit more of a problem, but as long as... what's her face? Why am I forgetting Yellow Lady's name? Weird brain fart to suddenly have. But as long as we go ahead and keep her alive, she basically just wins the map for you. You cannot change her equipment, therefore it's another default win. From there, and I guess technically I'm also ignoring Brezin in this particular scenario. I mean, it's basically the same thing in that scenario when it comes to Leonard. He does not allow you to change his equipment, so what can you do? The game wins itself for you. From there, that gets us back down south. Now, once the swamp ends up happening, that is a bit more of a problem. However, the griffins there, if you have an advantage of some sort, and we should be able to swap somebody over to ice at that point, we should have one ice charm available over to Canopus, if I remember correctly, then we should be able to use him to go deal with the birds. Now, once the birds are dealt with, you really only have to deal with one of them. That then gets you over to the... I don't know why I always want to call it the French map. Like, for some reason, the immediate picture that comes to mind. Man, I am blanking on everything aside from pictures tonight, apparently. But no, we get the mud, basically. We get the mud map, you get over to the swamp, you deal with everybody over at the swamp, and yeah, then at that point, it's still just basically Vice handling things if you wanted to. Vice and Cashwell for the most part, as well as you have Ravenous in your team, who again is primarily handling things. So, once all of that nonsense is dealt with, yeah, again, you just have a free NPC every time you're going and doing one of these. Then the only real one that has any real question of completability is once you end up getting to the Balmamusa bit itself. So at that point, you lose any and all of your freebie NPCs they have no control over. So already plausible deniability is thrown out the window. So the choice is either to go allow those NPCs to go and do things, or continue with only rocks. Now, if there are only rocks, you can actually go ahead and cheese the buildings in order to repeatedly throw people off. So you go and line everybody up along the edges of the rooftops, and then you use the critical knockbacks to then throw them to the ground, which should, roughly speaking, do something about a quarter of everything's numbers around that time. Along with paralysis, that would essentially keep the entire map locked down. And so, from there, that gets us over to Chapter 2. Once you end up hitting Chapter 2, you have access to TKs pretty much immediately. So we're probably going to go down the Chaos route, since that allows for recruitment, which then allows for recruiting the first... well, actually, no, we don't want to recruit the first TK we come across. We want to ideally kill off the first TK we come across. And then, once those are unlocked, yeah, we already basically have more or less infinite damage mitigation from Knights. We've got stuff like Fear coming off of those guys. The Beast Tamer from earlier would allow for going and putting 50% multiplayer on anybody. And once Varampa's unlocked, that would allow for potentially cheesing cards or things like that, but... there's options, there's ways. And additionally, once Varampa's unlocked, that gives us access to reptiles, which then potentially also allows for replacing several units with things like juggernauts or whatever else. Units that potentially could allow for passive shutdowns. So we already had TKs earlier, but eventually down the road, it would be nice to be able to have access to things like hoplites, juggernauts, and whatever else for just passive stop. And yeah, just kind of keep on going from there. So yeah, it's a bit of a long road, but there's ways, is what I'm trying to get across here. So hopefully that makes sense, and yeah, I'm going to go here so that hopefully nobody takes those cards. Hopefully everybody can be put to sleep here. But yeah, little by little, piece by piece, eventually we'll get there. So for the time being, though, with Canopus having pretty unreasonable numbers for the first section of the game here. Just stacking him up with 4 cards and a strengthen bonus is enough to have him at least be able to hurt some things. And then Denim eventually reaches that level as well. So yeah, there's options. Actually, I'm going to have him go pick this one up right over here, seeing as there's another one right behind him. So that should allow for doing at least something here. Not enough to, for example, do anything here, mostly due to that element situation there. But with enough of these, it ends up helping. The reason they end up helping is because they end up boosting your base attack by 50. In the early game, this matters quite a decent bit, seeing as 50 is more than most weapons you have at the time. So here, let's go ahead and take a look over at these. So, like, basic hammer is 53, short swords are 41, hand axe is 47, that sort of thing. So, basically, it's like stacking a second weapon in your hand around this section. So, by going and giving them 4 of those, that's already pretty decent. Also, oh, wow. Thank you, Rabby. Okay, so we got Rabby over there with the memberships, 20 of them in this particular case. Holy crap. Thank you kindly. Oh, man, hold on, I gotta scroll up to even see this. See, starting to get a null, physical, and magic could even, maybe even a ninja could be done for this. Yes, it absolutely could. So yeah, down the road, it will be possible to use them to spam stuff like False Strike as well. So everybody, make sure to drop a thank you to Rabid. Let's see, never catch you live. Well, that's because I haven't necessarily been able to do as many of these lately. It's to say this year has been crazy is beyond an understatement. Like, there's a lot of personal things that are probably not, publicly shareable information, but between third shift work, which currently I'm in the process of getting out of, between lots of just like personal shenanigans, changing life entirely, it has definitely been a year, man. Especially the last half a year has been well beyond insane. It's been interesting. But yeah, once all said and done, I'm hoping to be able to get back to doing these at least once a week. That would be really nice to do. Because yeah, I miss doing this stuff. It was a ton of fun. And yeah, seriously, thank you for that there. See, that's why we need to chill and enjoy some Torah once in a while. Exactly. Everyone needs some nice, casual war crimes in their day, you know? It's just something that's good for the soul. Pretty sure that's probably on some king's epitaph at some point. Actually, come to think of it, wasn't that like a Genghis Khan thing? It has been a year, friend. 2026 just started, right? Good God, this one started off with very literally a bang, and we're not even going to get into that. Yeah, it's weird how the line between, hey, let's talk politics, and the line of, hey, let's just have existential nightmares has never been more blurred. Anyway, moving right along. But yeah, so at this point it is, again, possible to basically just slowly deal with everything on this map, as was mentioned earlier. But over time, it will be less of a direct possibility. Most numbers in this particular instance are coming from those knockbacks, as we saw earlier. So it's a little bit of a pain to line those up, but that's primarily why we're working on Canopus at the moment. And eventually, once we end up getting some of those rings going, that's, again, going to be a huge part of the picture. I actually didn't mention that as part of the plan earlier, seeing as yeah, that will be a pretty major part of it. Luck, again, is a huge part of these knockbacks. So once you get luck bands, I'm just going to call them bands, because, like, ring +1, sure, that is the official name for the normal version here, or for the official version, I should say, but just switching them to bands in one vision, it just made it a lot easier to identify what on earth you're talking about, so that's nice. Oh, and also one more thing. You'll notice that I'm going to completely avoid critical cards when it comes to Canopus. It doesn't make a difference for him. They are incapable of doing crits. That's something that actually was removed in this version, presumably because they already do the knockback thing, which is why they presumably had crits before, because they didn't really hurt anything before. They barely hurt anything now, so it's a slight adjustment. Very slight. It is exactly something that occurred. And then, after we do one training thing here, you might be wondering why we're even bothering with this right now, considering the next map should be pretty easy, and it's actually a two-parter. So currently, once Canopus gets up to 4 cards, he would be able to do like 10, unassisted damage there to Moldova in the next map. That's exactly okay, but it's not fantastic. So I want the knights to be able to have access to phalanx so that they would be able to permanently lock off certain areas so that we don't have to worry about dealing with all the zombies, since obviously crowd control is not really something that's going to be very reasonable in a situation like this. So in order to do that, we're going to have to sort of take the bouncer approach and, make sure that certain things are completely blocked off. Let's see. Let's see. Reality and fictional war crimes is definitely blurry these days. Yep. Let's see. You got me to hook up my Switch and play this. About to do no job duplicates, only one allowed of any job, and that's a fun way to do it. It's a good way to keep a full roster going. But yeah, there's so many different ways to potentially go through this. And it's part of the reason that I get a little frustrated whenever I hear somebody talking about, like, oh, this you had things like boiled down since the PSP version. It's just like, it's the same stuff you could do with additional expanded mechanics, except you don't have to worry about the tedious shit, you know? It's nice. It's nice not to have to worry about the tedious stuff. Also, sometimes when you have everybody circling around like this, you can do fun little stuff like this, where you go and repeatedly stun an entire group, and then they just lose all their turn economy. It's nifty. Alright, get one physical card over here. Is that enough to do anything yet? He does too. Hallelujah, he does too. It's... yay. He's doubled his damage, how impressive. But no, well, it'll get better. It'll get better over time. Especially once you get to, like, 3s and 4s, it starts doing a decent bit better. Let's see, level cap is one of the best concepts. I wish FF Tactics was like that. Yeah, me too. I'm really surprised that for the hard mode of Tactics, they didn't bother to implement that. Like, it was right there. Like, it's weird to me they didn't put that in. See, that bird is Jack now, 2 whole damage like a god. I know, right? This run is basically over. It certainly won't take 3 more years to complete. So yeah, there's that. But you can probably see why we're replacing Enchantresses with TKs down the line. Because, like, even in a best-case scenario, Meditate is just not as good as Lament. Because once you get Lament going, you combine that with the other two, you have things just shut down, potentially having their defenses broken, and then from there, you can just go ahead and just sort of spam at will or what have you. They still have the same sleep, they still have the same paralysis with basically the same hit odds, so nothing really goes down, everything goes up. It's just a general upgrade. See, Reborn was much faster to cap level. Yep. And it also just didn't give up on scaling halfway through. Like, that was one of the weirdest holdovers that PSP had compared with its SNES counterpart. Because, like, I understand it's SNES. Like, at a certain point, they're like, okay, if somebody bothered to get to this point, clearly they're trying to break the level cap. Whatever, just let them do it. Who cares anymore? And, that was just sort of the style at the time. It's fine, whatever. But then, when it comes to PSP, it's just like, here you go. The first map you run into, you can immediately force spawn endgame equipment. You can immediately get access to every single skill in the game, for the most part. Like, barring unique stuff. You can immediately just break everything left, right, and center, and if you decide to do this, but then you do it wrong, you softlock your save file. It's just weird. I don't know why they did it that way for that one. It was well-intentioned, but clearly designed in 2 different directions at once. So, whatever. Again, it is what it is. It's just how they chose to do it. You do as you do. Alright. I was gonna say, I knew I'm forgetting somebody. Dwayne Johnson is over here being all hurt and stuff. Alright. And there we go. Finally got another one of these cards to spawn in, so we'll deal with those in a moment. Continue with those 1 damages over there. I love how we could go and throw a nice little clickbaity thing on this, like, oh, doing a whole 1% of the damage that they're doing. Yeah, recently I've been kind of tempted to redo a concept I did several times before, which is just kind of like delving into the weird misconceptions that still exist from people reading the PSP guides for Reborn. So, like, they'll go into things. I got a comment the other day that was something along the lines of, like, what element should I choose at the very beginning of the game in order to make Denim better at this, that, or the other thing? And it's just like, it doesn't matter. You can change that whenever you'd like now. It's okay. We're free. Alright. So that particular one didn't even improve his numbers. He's still doing 2. He's up to 3 sword cards at this point. Still only doing 2. Say that's why I don't listen to comments. I mean, yeah, also, obviously, for a lot of these situations, they're reading old guides and then trying to take that information and passing it on to the future, and it's understandable, considering that when you type in Tactics Ogre Remake, the PSP version's got, hundreds, if not thousands of guys out there for it, and then meanwhile we're sitting over here on this version, and it's just like, it's also the remake, and all the mechanics are completely different. Have fun figuring out which is which without some experience. I mean, that's probably why they decided to rename it, obviously, but it is what it is. See, what are some cool challenge ideas you've been mulling over to give it a try? For this version, you mean? So for this one, stuff like item only was planned. The route to that one is surprisingly fun, considering that it can basically take off once you hit Chapter 2 there, and tends to... Yeah, there is basically one functional attack item in this game, but it is one that can steamroll potentially very quickly. Also has a nice little clear way to beat the end boss and whatnot, which is where a lot of them have a tendency to be kind of iffy on. Automatic only is one that I know is possible and was already like 98% complete on a save file that no longer exists for reasons that I'm not going to get into. So there's that. That's a potential option. There was another one that I was kind of considering before somebody else ended up going and doing it, which was Cleric only, but specifically I wanted to do Berserker and Cudgel only. So we'll get to that at some point. The only wrinkle on that one is that you only get Cudgels around Chapter 2, so it's just kind of... I probably would just skip the entirety of Chapter 1 and just pick any random, like as soon as the Boulder Mace is available, to kind of start it there. Let's see, I had... what was that? Stone Power, the good old one. Exactly. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, no need for one of those. Still no new physical cards up. Whatever. You will still go ahead and go in this direction. I want to test one thing. I want to see if the plume will actually assist in this particular scenario. Like, originally I went into this map considering to kind of do the whole Canopus sitting on top of the castle thing, but yeah, that doesn't seem necessary this time. Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're doing just fine doing this at the moment. Eventually this map will die. Let's see, this is the only game where I ever played where 100-hour files are chump change. Yep. Definitely takes a little bit of a hot minute to go through all of them, that is for dang sure. Okay. So I still need to do Nothing Burger at some point, so that was the one that's just like no end caps, no cards, no grinding, all that sort of thing. It is a little bit... It's more rules than I typically like to have on there. That's why mentally it was just like, just not really doing it for me, because I got a few parts in, it just lost all excitement, because I'm looking through the comments and what have you, and they're like, oh, you technically didn't follow this rule over here, and it's just like, somebody got knocked backwards off of a building on top of a card, which, like, technically picked it up for the purposes of giving a bonus objective there, but also didn't have any practical benefit as far as anything is concerned. It's just like, I don't know if 100 extra experience is worth invalidating an entire run over. I don't know. There were just too many ways that it could kind of go and fail there, so I think that's why that one was a little bit frustrating. Anyway. Let's see, can stone go over 2 damage? Yeah, no, it can do damage like anything else can. It's just that it basically has nothing going for it. So you would typically want to get up to like 4 cards before Canopus would end up doing anything with it. Additionally, you've got knockbacks that are capable of doing up to 10s whenever something is knocked back against a tile that they cannot move into. So this is functionally doable. Right now I'm just kind of having everybody wander around and more or less just spawn cards. So once we get up to 4 on both Denim as well as Canopus, that's where stuff will be a decent bit different. And until then, we just kind of stall for time, keep healing everybody, keep eating up the cards we don't need on all the randos. And all of this is for the purpose of unlocking Phalanx for the purpose of the next fight, because the goal of the next fight is to go and lock the leader NPC over on an island, and then just pelt her with rocks. So there's that sort of thing. Let's see. Our community is not exactly meta. Oh yeah, we do dumb stuff for fun. That's all I can say. So. See, thanks for the gifts over the console was. That was Rabid. Who did that one? So thank you to him again. All right, yeah, we gotta. There's another name we gotta pop in here as soon as this one's done. The next NPC to be hired is gonna be Kidney Stone. Oh, I love it. See, the Trinity of Tactics Ogres here. We got a Coffee, Titanium, and Warren. Well, what about Stones? He did a bunch of stuff too. Wait, also Legman's here? Wait, where? When did he show up? I would assume he's asleep at this time. Alright. Is he actually here? Alright, let's see. Beat the Chaos Route. Dorgo was a joke this summer. Yeah, he can vary so much. It's hilarious. So, he's not... Yeah, I didn't think so. I think he's going through some family stuff right now or something. I haven't seen as much of him around. I know he did an update of some sort. Not that long ago. Though I will say, every time there's a Steam sale, it's like the... for anyone that ever does video stuff, it's kind of hilarious. The easiest gimme in the world is just like, well, let's do the same Steam recommendations we've put out 80 times before, and it's just like 20 times more views than anything else. So he also have a lot of appreciation of his TO work. Yeah, no, he's got a lot more production quality than anybody else. That is for dang sure. Okay, no, Warren. Okay, Warren takes the cake on production quality. I will say, like, in terms of overall setup quality, that's Legman's whole shtick there. Also, yes, we've managed to make it to a whopping 3. Yeah, you read that right. We're up to 3 at this point. Now things are getting real. So he's had a lot of family health matters recently, so he's been a bit MIA. Yeah, I know. It sounded like he was really going through it there, so hopefully stuff improves. Yeah, life is weird. Life is complicated sometimes. Like, a lot of times it's easy to look at folks that are sitting and jabbering on about, relatively casual things, like, oh, life must be super carefree, and realistically, they're probably wincing behind the smile in a lot of cases. So yeah, stuff gets complicated. But that's just kind of how life goes, And sometimes this is much of a relaxation for everybody involved. Let's see, Warren got those pipes. It's been tragic lately. Wait, what? Warren, what happened with your pipes? And wait, if it was Rashidi, did Rashidi break your pipes? Did he respawn into your pipes? See, things can't get worse at least? Oh, never say that. Things can always find a way to get worse. Alright. Alright, let's see. What would you say are some of the biggest disagreements of tour mechanics you have with Titanium? For example, maybe you're pro-archer and he's anti-archer. I feel like we agree on most things, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of that. Like, seriously, even a lot of the same game recommendations are just kind of the same in both directions. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's many disagreements there. Alright. Let's see. Is there anything useful you can do? That one, maybe. Okay, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and test a... This isn't even a theory. This is just straight up not a mechanic. I'm going to put the bird on top of the castle, just so that we have more kind of flight time on the rocks. Alright. You go ahead and put this one back to sleep, so that we can damage him later. Let's see. Legs is a fellow cleric enjoyer? Yeah, exactly. Clerics are great. Like, I refuse to hear anything bad about clerics. They are super fast at what they do. They're the nurses. It's kind of like saying that nurses shouldn't exist because doctors exist. And it's just like, they do completely different things. One is triage. One, goes and removes your kidney stone wrong. It's just how that goes, okay? Like, there's just different levels of appreciation for different jobs. Like, you still need engineers, sure. Like, there's no reason that, let's say, engineers shouldn't exist when rocket scientists exist. It's like, they're two completely different things. Technically speaking, one is definitely going to get paid more, but at the same time, you know, they both do relatively similar things, and one could be argued as being a fancier version of the other. Anyway. Also, that poor knight. What the hell? Getting crit left, right, and center over there. Let's see, he said the worst unit was an octopus? Okay, we can disagree on that. We can definitely disagree on that. Give enough mind to an octopus, and that sucker is an absolute monstrosity. It's just a matter of nobody ever gives charms to their beast units, because they're like, no, my people need those. They're the special ones that are super important, and I gotta pay attention to them. Wait, why did none of the units I paid no attention to, why do they suck now? They just must have been bad to begin with, and, you know, that's just kind of a weird approach. I get where it's coming from. It is kind of a natural train of thought, but it's TO. There's nothing that's a natural train of thought in these games. Okay, let's see. See, not tempting fate. I know it's true. I know, yeah. Don't tempt fate. If this year has shown anything, I mean, granted, like, personal stuff-wise, there's been a bunch of notable improvements. I will say that much. But I'm just saying, in general, worldwide-wise, don't tempt fate. Nobody say it can't get worse. It will find a way. Okay. Hold on, I missed Warren's thing. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed a bunch of things. One sec. Let's see, the voice work, Warren has the dubs. Yeah, Warren's the one that's the sort of, like, expert on editing. That's for sure. Alright, let's see. Weird story was farming strength and dex charms and bronze for 2 weeks, and the ninja's loyalty tanked. The ninja was about to desert, then loyalty went back to normal after training. I think it's because when you're going and giving them stuff, I think it raises loyalty or what have you. But also, by any chance, were they giving some kind of friendly fire stuff? Because after a certain point, for whatever reason, especially in the later game or what have you, friendly fire starts tanking loyalty really badly. Funnily enough, I had that on OV not that long ago, with a couple of units going and deserting just due to a couple of friendly fire incidents, which definitely sounds more fucked up out of context. All right, let's see. Let's see. See, videos are very comprehensive and informative. I'm gonna say they're hyperactive and attempt to be comprehensive and informative. Oftentimes they tend to ramble on random rabbit holes, so apologies for that. See, it's good to keep a cleric for situations. Yes, exactly. Plus, the whole, like, speed and long-range thing is nice. See, never use an octopus, but poison is insane in general. Yeah, and again, most of the time, it's just like people have, let's say, a bunch of mind charms laying around. They're like, I'm gonna go give that to the wizard or the cleric or whatever else. You give that to the octopus instead, and now you have guaranteed way better poison than anybody else, which is pretty darn nifty. Give them auto, they automatically view themselves as in water all the time now. You know, you maybe give them some strength ups or what have you. Now that poison is also just demolishing an entire area. They're pretty neat. I like them. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and move over to the left side of the map because I can't even tell where the hell the health bars are at this point. Let's see. Let's see, what if Titanium does not fear chicken? I don't know. Then I guess he really loves KFC. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, no, as far as the late game chickens and what have you, it's less to do with chickens in particular, and more the fact that they switch around a lot of the stuff about how the birds work. That's kind of where the whole joke came from of you know, the late game once you fear the chicken. Because, yeah, like, once you get to the end game, it's just like the stuff that previously used to counter them, their elements have gone in reverse. They now have a bunch of moves that specifically weaken the things that would normally kill them. So, like, normally Dragoons would one-shot them. Now, all of a sudden, they're running around with breath moves that do weaken, so immediately it's kind of counteracting the Slayer bonus on there. On top of that, you've got the... what's that? On top of that, you've got them suddenly getting, like, double the health that they used to. Now they're also way faster. Now they're also, like, right in your face. Now they also have tamers going and boosting them on top of everything else. And this is when we find out that I chugged way too much coffee today. Anyway, moving on. Let's see, anyone else vaguely remember someone who made tour tips and guides? Face Fox, he hasn't made any in a while, but I found his info contradicted yours, so I stopped following. Yeah, I believe he was... I don't know necessarily, like, what his previous history was behind that, or what his history was before all of that stuff. Typically, it seemed like he was kind of going through everything as maybe like a first playthrough or what have you. I don't want to necessarily, say anything bad in that particular direction. They definitely at least seem to try. Yeah, a lot of the others have kind of been around for a bit longer, so maybe have a bit more context. It seemed like a lot of their stuff was, again, kind of like whenever just a game comes and, it comes out, you have a few folks that are going to be going and exploring it for the first time, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. So they were trying for what it's worth. Just yeah, lacking context for a lot of things. Like, they didn't even know that the aquatic units have stuff like Aquavale on there, which is fine. It's whatever. Not many people use Octopi. Maybe not necessarily worth putting out a hit piece on a piece of calamari for that, but hey, it is what it is. All right. Let's see. Ended up accidentally befriending the guy who wrote the Steam 100% tour guide. Really cool guy. I was happy to befriend, discovering that what he did was just a nice bonus. Yeah, there's a lot of really good, just kind of quiet guide writers for this series, and there always have been for quite a decently long time. Like, even when we talk about stuff like the One Vision mod, like, we'll oftentimes say, hey, Rakes did this entire thing, but there's a ton of modders that have quietly been just discovering bits and pieces here and there for years, and they're generally pretty unsung. They're folks that really don't care about recognition. They're just like, hey, I just found this cool thing. Everybody should be aware, and then they just slink back into the shadows, and nobody knows what they did. We appreciate your contributions, whoever you are. I mean, hell, I knew of one guy that went and changed his name several different times because I guess he just didn't want to be known for things. So, it is what it is, Everyone has their own different ways of doing stuff. Alright. That whole 3 damage that she's doing there. I will say, one thing that I'm looking forward to if there ever is a KOL remake, there's a very particular feeling the KOL nailed that I'm still surprised that all of the bigger entries in the series couldn't. If this was KOL, there would be an item right here, Just every time there's a hard-to-reach place, there's an item there, and it felt really good. And oftentimes they were set items, like the fan you could find at the top of one of the fortresses there, or like the dragon shield you could find in the shipping crates. Like, they just had cool stuff hidden everywhere. I don't know why the rest of the series didn't do that as much. It's a little bit frustrating, because they did all this other unnecessary detail, and then they're just like the big obvious stuff. They're just like, nah, you know what? The only items you're going to find on the ground are plants. That's where plants grow. Don't question it, you'll only find plants. Like plants and string. Like, we will give you a skill specifically to improve the quality of your plants and string. We will give you a class that can only steal plants, strings, and rocks. You're welcome. It's just, I don't know. It's such a weird mindset for that. All right, let's see. Late game, we are the KFC. Chickens enjoy eating us. Let's see. Face Fox was in the Why Have Clerics When You Have Items camp. Yeah, I think he was one of the bigger proponents of that too. How the tables have turned. The tables do have a tendency to turn table. Let's see, everyone says beasts fall off, but I think that they're POTD, but they haven't considered how strong they are at 50. That's the thing. Everything else ends up eating the relics, or getting relics, ends up getting charms and things like that, and then they ignore the beast units and wonder why they don't work anymore. Just treat them as good as you treat everything else, and they're going to be awesome. Simple. Done deal. Alright. So what we do is we put Canopus up here on top of this castle, right? He sits there throwing rocks. He will continue throwing rocks, but if we leave him in one place, he can reach everybody across most of the map, seeing as those rocks do have a pretty long range. And yeah, that is acceptable. Alright, let's see. Not to my knowledge, I know I used to stream PSP, TO, and other random games a while ago, but hasn't in a while. I started the post after I hit send and responded indirectly. Hold up. Let me see. I'm assuming. Wait, are we talking about the guide guy, or are we talking about the fox guy? What are we chattering about here? Let's see. We'll never waste basically 2 turns using a heal on a DPS unit. Cleric all day. I mean, it's again, it's just a fun little triage unit. And I think it's partially just because of how speed works in this one. Like, it's really difficult to go and appreciate, just kind of like appreciate the benefit of somebody just being quick. Like, their equipment is super lightweight, their range is pretty good overall, and, you know, they're basically just solid at what they do. They're the only ones that have access to an AoE heal. They have the ability to remove a lot of debuffs at once. They can automatically remove a lot of them. They're good at multiple ranges, and a lot of their benefits are just kind of quiet benefits. It's just... There's something that doesn't really translate to that sort of MMO mindset, I think is partially what it is. Like in this particular case, they can sit here, just kind of outspeed everything else that's around them, and it turns them into a reasonably effective tank-type situation. So that's a reasonable benefit. You know, throwing around the idea that they're maybe like 10-20% faster than everything else that's around, and potentially way faster with a speed buff. Sure, it doesn't exactly sound particularly sexy, but then, you know, you add the fact that they also don't have to move, which makes them even faster. It's a noticeable benefit. It's very beneficial. So, I don't know. It's just, it's hard to translate into DPS numbers, I guess. Is kind of the deal there. Alright, so at this point, it's just kind of time to start chucking rocks. Probably the fastest thing is just to let everybody get completely rolled over here. And yeah, then just have Canobus continue chucking rocks until we're done here. The benefit of these training maps is that these guys only get access to missile abilities, so if you throw him, let's say, one tile backwards, they can't even hit him. So that's kind of nifty, you know? So, sure, he's only doing 3. 3 is not 0. 3 is not 1. It is technically, eventually, very possible. Alright. Let's see. Need your help here. What's the best meal for now? Pizza or lasagna? It depends. How much do you feel attuned with your inner Garfield? That's the real question here. Like, are you feeling Garfield or are you feeling Ninja Turtles? Like, that's the real question here. So let me know when you have an answer on that one. Let's see. Casual can heal 2, so I guess 3? Yeah. Yeah, there's that too. She technically does have the ability to attack stuff, but we took that away from her for reasons. Let's see, we'd definitely love to see more remakes for the older games like KOL. It is the prequel to Tardy, after all, so we'd like to see it. Yeah, and, I mean, realistically, mechanically speaking, we already saw how far that system could potentially go. So the Somebody to Love mod came out, you know, a couple of years ago, I believe, at this point, and it's really good. It's genuinely, like, the new Game Plus that everybody kind of wanted for that one. It's just, it's... KOL feels like it has a lot more mechanics until you start looking at it. Like, if you ever pull up the Nightmare tools, that's the modding tool that's used for editing that one, it's weird that there's basically almost, like, no on-hit effects. Like, I remember going through it thinking, you know, hey, there's going to be, like, one vision KOL, it's going to happen, you know, let's go translate how all these weapons are going to work. You know, is there a stun on-hit effect for hammers? No. Is there a defense down on hit mechanic? No. There's like a couple weapons that have insta-kills against certain unit types, and there's a couple of debuffs, and that's really about it. Like, nothing else there. Okay. Let's see. Have 2 for bigger fights. Slow player, prefer the safety of clerics. Yeah, that's a reasonable approach. Alright, she's going to go throw one more heal on Denim. I really should have thrown his necklace on somebody else, but whatever, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Sit here throwing rocks forever, but it's fine. Alright. Go, cap out at 3 for now. And if you're at the same level, 3 is about where it's going to cap out. If you do get an advantage, you can improve that over time. But at this point, this is all we realistically have to do. Right. Have a lot of patience for doing rock only. I mean, it will speed up. This is probably going to be one of the longest ones throughout the entire thing, because normally you don't have a situation where you have to knock everything out. Normally it's just one unit, and if it's just one unit, you can repeatedly beat their face against a wall by using knockback mechanics, which takes a lot less time than something like this. It's kind of like what happened with the solo run for the PSP version. where the very first map took something to the tune of about 2 hours to complete, and then the rest of them took about, 30 seconds. So, yeah. It's once you get the ball rolling, it tends to keep rolling. And as we see right here, he's all set up, everybody else can do absolutely nothing, and so we just continue throwing rocks until we're done. I would love if this was one of those games that ended up releasing with with the ability to go and just program some type of... I think Disgaea did this. I know even back on the Genesis you had Phantasy Star that did this, but just giving them the ability to just say, hey, stand still, throw a rock, and then walk away, it definitely would be nice, but whatever, it is what it is. I really hope one of these games does release with a system like that, but I think the closest we got is something like a Unicorn Overlord there, but it's been a bit of a while. Alright, let's see, can I get thrown at you? Let's see, get it, Hawk just infinite loop with rocks out of range. Yeah, just for now. Just for now. That will change. For now, we just do that, except for those times that I hit the wrong tile and that ends up hitting nothing. But we ignore those. Those didn't happen, you saw nothing. Let's see, flying literally the most powerful thing in the game? Yes. Yes, for the most part. Also, going back to the previous thing, we'll get back to the whole, like, worst class in the game thing in a moment. See, Canopus remains a can of whoop-ass? Yes, always. Though in some respects we could also probably replace everybody with a bird, but we'll get there. Let's see, main units are Warrior, 3 Hawkmen, Warriors, 3 Terror Knights, 3 Ninjas, 3 Tamers, and 4 Shamans. That'll work well enough to do most things. Especially if you got the Beast Tamers with items and whatnot. See, this run has a lot of casualties, doesn't it? We'll see. It'll have a lot of casualties until suddenly there are none. Let's see, I've only done a single route through tour so far, which is Chaos, remained as a TK since Chapter 2, as he should. It's a pretty darn thing. Pretty darn Thanks, brain. Pretty darn good thing. Like, I love how his unit, his build basically just, like, maxes out at the beginning of Chapter 2, and then you just never need to touch it again. Let's see, TK is insane, but I feel like they're harder to use because CPU is dedicated to killing them. That's just a defense thing. You can actually run, like, Caldias and shields, and they basically become invisible. Let's see, must have played more TO than the entirety of Steam players at this point. I have no idea. An unreasonable amount of time, to be sure, but I have absolutely no idea. So going back to my nap as usual, good luck with the run, may the stars bless all your friends. Yeah, have yourself a good nap, and yeah, honestly, in many ways, this is brought to you by Third Shift Insomnia, which I hope will go away pretty soon, because that is in the process of not being a thing anymore. See, remember now, Coffee likes to side-eye the Shamans, totally budge Valkyries. Okay, they're not the worst thing ever, it's just... They're very overhyped, and especially people early on got really, really passionate about just overhyping the hell out of them. Like, to the point of leaving insulting, cuss-ridden comments on frickin' every little thing that would come out. Like, no, they're the greatest thing ever, because, theoretically, if you go and max them out, and you do all this thing, and, like, you go and you complete all the post-game content before you actually beat the game, and also you time travel, and then you also just, like, break this, and break that, and break this, and break that, and then you also get all the best drops ever, and you also go over here. Like, yeah, if something requires 10 billion hours to go get a hold of and do good, then good for them. I'm sure they're going to be decent. You can do that with anything. Again, like, the same amount of time, I forget what I even called it, but I made a comparison a while ago. Like, it takes something to the tune of, like, once you get to Chapter 4, right? Like, if you compare the time that it takes to go do Shamans, and then compare with the time it takes to let's say, do the whole, like, OB kind of trick there. So, doing Palace of the Dead, going and, killing Nybeth, getting yourself a Overblade and whatever else, basically creates a way better thing in the form of either the Ninja or the Valkyrie, whichever you would prefer. You get all of your kind of top-end things with relatively little effort. You get to do a bunch of way more interesting maps along the way. It takes about the same amount of time as it takes to go do all the temple stuff. You don't have to... You can basically do this on any generic. And you instantly get a unit that's basically capable of just one-shotting anything, right? same amount of time that it takes to get one that is pretty good at being threatening against most things, but also can basically barely move and gets instantly eaten by birds. It's just, why do they always have to be so vulnerable versus birds? Sorry, besides the point, moving on. Anyway, and yes, she does keep parrying these rocks. That is going to be an annoying problem going forward. Unfortunately, sometimes units will just forever parry rocks. Alright. Anyway. Let's see, looking for a game like Unicorn Overlord, wish it was harder and had more content, best in the genre, Ogre Battle 64 is rough, but it's so good though. Once you give it the time of day, it's so good. You just really got to be in the right mood for it sometimes though. Like, I really hope that 64 gets a remake at some point. Like, with a little bit of polish, it is a work of genius, but man, you really got to be in the right mood for it. Let's see, towards like a well-tuned machine. Yeah, it's basically a speed chess with extra parts. That's why I like it. See, it's the One Vision mod fixed shamans. The One Vision mod completely, like, it gives you two different versions of shamans and completely reworks them. Like, OV is entirely its own game. Like, I've said this for a bit of a while now, it is, functionally speaking, an entirely new experience. There's no competition between it and Reborn because they just do entirely different stuff. Like, the Reborn shamans are all about just giving you what is effectively a magical, trebuchet for all intents and purposes. They do one thing, which is launch a shitload of small things in a particular direction very well, and specifically only in the post-game. Like, I think it oftentimes gets forgotten that none of their best abilities and whatever else are even available during the actual story of the game. So, I personally don't feel like they even enter the rankings there, but whatever. Anyway, One Vision's version, they got two different versions. So they technically split the Shaman and the Geomancer, like, they added Geomancers to do part of it. So they got, like, the Shamans that are able to now control the weather, so, like, they can call in rainstorms, they can call down thunderstorms, they can clear the weather. They get all of the usual kind of summons and whatever else. But effectively, their main thing is controlling the weather and doing really good with splashes, whereas you got the Geomancers that are all about using nature to improve a character. So, like, they can go and give themselves rock armor, they can set their feet on fire to run faster, they can use wind... Actually, no, going back to the Shamans, they can use wind... they can call in tornadoes to go move stuff across an entire map and whatnot. They're just way cooler in general. So all of the Apocrypha abilities over from the Elemental Temples and whatnot do all kinds of unique map effects. So yeah, they're pretty darn nifty. I meant to cover those at some point. I think I covered the tornado thing and haven't covered the other one still when the update came out. So yeah, there's that. Okay, let's see. Going back to the comments, y'all. Wondering if I can make One Vision work on the Steam Deck? Yes, you can, and it's arguably the best way to experience it, though I personally prefer a Vita. Just like having things on original hardware. That little purple square that still appears on PPS's PP on all versions bugs me to an unreasonable degree. Otherwise, the HD mod makes everything look super pretty. I don't know why they can't get rid of that damn purple square. It's the weirdest thing. Okay, let's see. Coliseum in Unicorn Overlord was actually fun. Yes, it was, until people started spamming meta nonsense, and yeah, like, I love arenas. Like, see any and all videos about Armored Core. I freaking love those arenas, but yeah, no, whenever you got online with that, it was just like the same old thing of like, hey, look, they once again deleted the entire party before anyone even got a chance to move. Wow, it's so impressive. Sure glad that happened yet again. So that part was a bit of a bummer. They needed some better matchmaking, I think. But, there really isn't much you can do about it in those situations either, because it's just like, hey, everyone's got an instant priority move, and they stack all these different bonuses, and yeah, it's just a rough time. Let's see, I'll keep Ogre Battle 64. UO just has everything thought out, UIs and menus. Oh, you'll keep at... Oh, okay, sorry. I misread that. It's almost like it's late or something, I say, having no excuse, typically being awake at this hour. Let's see, the grind on PSP tactics seems unbearable. It is absurd. One thing I should mention for anyone comparing the different versions, For One Vision, the XP rates are like 4 times higher. Actually, it's 4 to 15 times higher depending on the skill that's used. In PSP, the grind, like, it puts some MMOs to shame, dude. Like, they genuinely expected you to set your units to AI and just watch them curb stomp the same fights over and over and over sometimes. I don't really know why. I know it was designed for people to commute over to subways in Japan and what have you, and that's all well and good. But yeah, it took it too far. Definitely took it way too far. Let's see, I have Vita put it on too? Yes. The Vita is fantastic at it. It's kind of a bit of an undersung thing that it actually does adjust the graphics, which is something that I've been asked about a good number of times. Like, as far as, like, why does it look better than, you know, better than original, but it doesn't look like it's emulator. It's just because the Vita does some Sony magic to it. I don't know. It says it's anti-aliasing, but there's more to it. I'm sure there's some term for it. See, PSP Tactics is like Monster Hunter, kind of, I suppose. It's the part that bugs me about it is just like it had a lot of good ideas, but you get to a tipping point at which it stops being challenging altogether, which is kind of the problem. Like, it had a really hard time staying on the rails. It's like, let's say there'll be those moments when it feels like everything's going good, you know, you run into a fight, there was a reasonable challenge, you know, all your skills are working fine, and that's basically all of Chapter 1. Everything seems to be working normally, everything, you know, has a chance to hit or what have you. Everything seems to be reasonably effective, and then you get to 2, and things start dropping off, but not completely. You know, your casters are still working normally, they're still somewhat effective. You have units that are still able to hit each other reasonably well. You're kind of starting to notice, hey, these archers, why do they hit harder than everything else? I don't know. I guess we probably shouldn't question that and just go ahead and move on. By the time you get to 3, any of your lower-end stuff without the requisite buffs just simply does not work anymore. Debuffs have 0% odds to hit. Advanced debuffs already have 0% chance to hit even with those buffs, so you basically have to start min-maxing stuff to have a chance for certain things to even work. Once you start min-maxing, 5 minutes into that, suddenly everything's gone from 0% to 100% against everything, and you don't really necessarily know why. If you start figuring out to put in stuff like anatomy and elements and things like that at the same time, now once again you've gone from doing, you know, you've gone from reasonable to doing nothing to now one-shotting things. It's just, it varies so wildly, you know? Anyway, hold on, give me one quick second here. Okie dokie, and back. Alright, so let's see, where were we on this? So I never knew One Vision was like that with abilities. Yeah, so basically what One Vision did was it took the ideas that PSP had, and it made them work. Like, that was the thing. With PSP, they had so many ideas that were theoretically amazing. They were theoretically really, really good ideas. Like, again, the racial abilities. The whole thing of, like, your character is carrying around a novel that is, you know, like, let's say an anatomy manual, like they're going in and carrying around a medical manual, and oh, it teaches them to be better at targeting anatomy. That is fantastic. That is a great overall gimmick. The thing is, though, that they kind of tried to do too many things at once. They were spinning too many plates at once, basically. So, like, when it came to anatomy, they're like, okay, so just like the weapon skills, this needs to apply both offensively and defensively, which is cool when it comes to the weapons. Like, let's say your character is good at swords. Hey, they're way better at fighting other people with swords, meaning that if they are more skilled with a sword, they automatically have an advantage against other sword guys, and, you know, in in essence, this means that certain weapon categories that are less common, like two-handers, tend to have a quiet innate advantage in some situations because less things resist them. If you ever wondered why they are, potentially a lot weaker in that version, design-wise, theoretically, that's probably why. Because they're intended to be this weapon type that others cannot reasonably defend against. Because, again, everybody else is carrying around, one-handers, carrying around axes, hammers, whatever else. So TK shows up with their two-hander, and suddenly it's like, oh, hey, I don't have any defense against this. In theory, that's awesome. In practice, though, the AI never bothers to actually raise any of their skills past rank 6. That is the very final part of the post-game when somebody bothers to show up with rank 6. For the most part, they cap out at ranks 4 or 5 for their weapon skills. For everything else, they inexplicably go way higher. Things like parry and deflect, which were separated in that version, go freakishly high for some reason, which is weird considering that you probably will never get past rank 2. Because those skills are unbelievably tedious to rank up. And this is even weirder considering that the Japanese version had 10 times higher stat growths, which meant that you probably were raising those up even slower. So, and you might be thinking, okay, maybe that's to give you a reason to go recruit people, but you can't, because in that version, those parry and deflect skills were always below several other passives that they were carrying around. You only remember the first 4 skills whenever a character is recruited for some goddamn reason. So essentially, you're looking at a case where there's just these weird ghost skills that they're running around with. Before they appear, certain things are curb stomping like nothing. When they appear, a lot of the regular things that people were running around with potentially become a lot more annoying to use. So a lot of people would essentially sit there spamming the chariot button over and over, redoing their turns, just kind of going and taking redos every time that a arrow is deflected, so that they can continue running around one-shotting things. Honestly, that entire turn reset mechanic, it's why I don't use it. I find it really, really annoying that the idea that the ability to reset is even there. I get why it's there. I wish it wasn't. I wish it would go away and disappear, and I wish that there was a mod to just delete it. Technically speaking, there was a way in-game to delete it in the PSP version that theoretically might be possible in this one, because if you get past the tutorial that unlocks it, it never unlocks. The thing is, it's just you can't really get to that point. Now, in theory, there is a way to do it. I just never bothered to get around to setting it up yet. Because in theory, if you, for example, keep resetting the early game here, you get a whole bunch of either strength or dex bonuses for somebody like Canopus, and you end up giving him the right element. You could, in theory, create a situation where you could go beat Brezen fast enough using a combination of strengthen and breach, as well as a few other bonuses, in order to never get around to that turn if you put, let's say, Denim to sleep. Because if Denim's turn never comes, then potentially you never end up unlocking that particular cutscene. But I don't necessarily know how well that could work. I gotta set that up at some point. So we'll see if that's possible. That kind of was on the next list of things to get to, because as usual I have a tendency to set up way too many things for this and never have enough time to do even like a third of it. So, it is how it is. Okay, now let's see. Let's see, it's not hard anymore, but you still have to spend 6 hours somehow? Yeah, pretty much. Also, yeah, never forget the absolutely just ungodly evil drop rates in that one. Never forget how awful it was to pick up the no-toss in that one. Like, it's funny, one of the quietest massive buffs that Reborn got was to that one unfortunate flesh golem, because it's like, for those that weren't there, I believe it's floor 95 of Palace of the Dead. There is one flesh golem that has a chance to never even spawn, who is the one guy in the entire game that had the no-toss. The reason that it matters is you need all 4 of those weapons in your inventory to end up unlocking Blackmore in Palace of the Dead, which is a whole just like pain in the ass thing that has no hint towards it whatsoever anywhere. Neat little D&D reference, no idea what the hell it's doing there. Yeah, the only hint that you get, kind of, sort of, a little bit, is back from March of the Black Queen, where there was a hint that you could do that in that game to some degree to unlock a portal, and so somebody has to have played that one, come into this one, and thought, hey, I wonder if this thing from a totally different game just happens to work here. Also, I don't know where to get any of these, so I'm gonna go through this, 50-hour plus long dungeon multiple times, and also exercise everything down here. Just kind of because, on the off chance that a golem, of all things, for some reason, is carrying this one unique two-hander for some reason. And, yeah, the weapon itself might be a complete piece of garbage in this version, but I'm just going to go ahead and look for it anyway. Which is probably why you can get it like 6 or 7 different times this time around on something that is guaranteed to spawn. So you'll probably wind up with like 4 of them damn things on your way down. But yeah, somebody approved that design decision. Somebody made a very big mistake. But it is what it is. Alright, let's see, I remember out-leveling accuracy on PS1 and I couldn't be touched. Yeah, if you got agility high enough, well, agility and avoidance high enough, it was pretty nutty. Though it is interesting that there were pretty strict caps, like how far you could actually go with your stats and such. And it's weird to me that they had such kind of a strict control on those ones outside of things like cards. And then at the same time, they had this weird little nugget where it just gave up leveling. It gave up leveling up NPCs by the time you end up hitting 35 for some reason. Kind of seems like you're designing in 2 opposite directions there, but sure, whatever. It is what it is. Let's see, AI clerics fighting each other to level 30 until they level up every hit on a dragon. Yeah, that... If you're wondering what they're talking about there, by the way, if you... basically, you had 2 units beat each other endlessly, which meant that they couldn't be touched, but also at the same time, if you had a far enough disparity in your levels, and you managed to land a hit, you would instantly get a level up, but in order to do that, you would go and petrify one of your units so that they have a 0% dodge rate, and yeah, then, funnily enough, there was still technically like a 0.1 chance that they would miss anyway, which is just kind of funny, but anyway, one way or another, they still would end up getting a level up every time that they ended up doing that. So that was a neat little thing. Also, it's a nice little benefit for cockatrices, because if you used cockatrices for that, then you didn't have to worry about getting yourself a Petrifying Cloud spell and things like that. So you could technically do that a little bit earlier. And then once you were done, you could go sell your cockatrice to get yourself some wing boots, and yeah. That mechanic, interestingly enough, never made a comeback. That probably would have been cool to see brought back, but whatever. Anyway. More 3 damage on this guy. Yeah, it'll be way faster once this is done, by the way. Like, this is a whole lot of effort for a very minor benefit that'll only apply right now, but it'll get way faster after this, I promise. See, we'll say I did like PSP version for having MP and TP. I know TP basically was for the most part replaced with auto skills, but I think having them manual and with finishers was nice. Yeah, again, the idea is nice. That's... I don't mean to disparage that version, but again, like, the thing was the idea was good. The implementation was super iffy. Like, look no further than, let's say, stuff like the lizards, right? So it wasn't necessarily the MP-TP split, it's just that like 90% of the classes didn't use MP anyway, so they didn't get a chance to use that bar at all. So when they're going and collecting, let's say, bonuses to that particular stat, it doesn't benefit them whatsoever, their bar is forever 0. Everything uses TP, but a lot of the MP classes were kind of just trying to justify a reason to use their TP bar for anything. They would never use their finishers because their hits were never hard enough to be much of a threat against anything. Also, a lot of the time they just couldn't risk ever getting close, so even as a self-defense tool, it just didn't really do the job. Which is why it's kind of cool to see things like parrying daggers, mattering in Reborn. It's cool to see things like a lot of their finishers finally having, a reason to be there. They can reasonably do something with their weapon skills, because using spells raises their weapon experience at the same time, which is a little bit unnatural, but also, it's very beneficial from a design perspective. Because now suddenly, let's say, having Shadow Pin over on Dagger is pretty darn useful, they're able to go and defend themselves. They're able to disable something that's attacking them and run away. Finally, there's a reason for them to carry it around. I've Like, I tried for years to make a caster on that one that had any justifiable reason to carry around a knife, and they never did. Or to find any reason for something like the canine, which honestly is still complete garbage in any version, but still, it's neat that there's this electric, tooth knife, I guess. It's something. Okay. Let's see. Gonna be honest, Matsuno is that guy. He actually took feedback over time for his passion project, and Tor is actually the best version. Yeah, agreed. A lot of the decisions on this one are extremely oddly specific, but yeah, they ended up improving things that honestly anybody that casually played the original version probably doesn't understand why a lot of the changes in this one were made, and yeah, it's weird, sure, but that's kind of cool. Like, that's just really kind of neat to see that level of dedication put in there. Like, I don't even know how much they potentially studied the remake here, but it must have been to an obsessive degree. Like, they must have never stopped playing this thing for God only knows how long. Because again, like, we're talking situations where there's like one tile in the post-game that nobody went to, that happened to have its layering slightly off, and they went and rebuilt the entire engine, found that tile, fixed it. Like, who cares? Who cared about that? Nobody would have made any fuss whatsoever if that wasn't fixed. But they went ahead and did it. Things like the bushes being destructible by weapons that seem like they should be able to destroy a bush. Things like being able to get your weird snowball bonuses, but immediately resetting them afterwards. That's what I like about the card system. That it's taking that feeling like when you end up maxing out anatomy or maxing out a elemental bar or what have you, instead of making it an 8-hour grind or whatever to go and do that stuff, and then it's just like, I guess you're God forever now. Instead, it's just like, you get this temporary bonus. You also might potentially get knocked out of your super mode pretty easily. You got a lot of different mechanical play that can happen here. It may cause certain tiles to just be suddenly a bad idea for you to go to. Like, yeah, visually it maybe could have been handled a little bit better, but honestly, I'm perfectly fine with it. So yeah, I don't know. I like it. I like the board game aesthetic. It's had a board game aesthetic since the SNES. Like, it was very literally designed off of watching people play chess in chess costumes for some reason. Man, Japanese game shows are great. I don't know why they were doing that, but I would have loved to see what the hell they were talking about. Like, I asked for somebody to find that and send me a link a long time ago, but nobody ever has yet. Hopefully one day the video surfaces, but... Though I will say a lot of their other inspirations may also lend some credence to the idea that Matsuno might well be on drugs half the time, because, like, he was saying that the series was originally inspired by the song Ogre Battle from Queen. I have that on my playlist. It oftentimes comes up while I'm at work. No fucking idea what he's on about, because there's nothing in there that sounds anything like these games. But, oh well, it is what it is. Everyone gets inspired by something different, I suppose. Let's see. He's the only person to defeat mods? What mods are we talking about? Let's see, difficult doesn't equal tedious, but they're always bad in different ways. Yeah, to me, I don't know. To me, when it comes to a lot of these challenges and whatnot, some of them may end up being tedious, but oftentimes it's for the purpose of just kind of shaking out new mechanics. And again, that's one of those fun things that was really cool about stuff like the One Vision overhaul, because a lot of the weird ways that it reshuffles things, it's still using the original mechanics, but it's putting them in a new place that you'd end up seeing more of. Like, I never finished what I was talking about with the lizards earlier, right? It's like, original PSP version, the problem with the lizards was that you got them really, really late. You could technically get them as early as, depending on which one you were looking for, chapters 1 or 2, sure, but in most cases people didn't end up seeing them until really, really late. So they show up, and when it comes to their unique skills, they never will come trained, because again, the previous weird arbitrary limitation that they said that, random throat issue, that any skill below... Is there any coffee left? There is some coffee left. Any skill below the 4th bar, it just gets instantly deleted as soon as somebody's recruited. So, yeah, that was just a bit of a weird one. But, for some reason that arbitrary restriction was there, and apparently it was there at some kind of engine level or something. Because even the cheat that goes and disables that particular thing for both PSP and One Vision is really buggy for some reason. It causes a lot of things to just stop working, so you can, like, you only can use it temporarily when the thing itself is happening, and then you immediately want to turn it off before something gets just glitchy. Anyway, though, so those lizards, no matter what, are coming in completely untrained in those particular skills. So they join you, and now you have to spend something to the tune of 5 to, I think it was like 5 to 7 fights, depending, in order for them to even learn the skill in the first place. So you go and do all that, already pretty tedious. Then from there, their base odds to hit are 30%. They have no items that are able to boost this, and so, okay, that's pretty annoying. So 30% odds to hit, you cannot raise it. Technically, it can't be lowered either, but you also have to take into account that it takes almost as much as a finisher to even activate them in the first place. So your options are, you have this one button over here that just instantly deletes something from the board, or you can have a 30% chance to disable it temporarily for a few turns. Which button are you pressing? Because the only way to improve the odds over time is to then use it hundreds of times in order to finally get it to the point that it's maybe, 60-70% accurate. And again, that is going to take you at least several dozen hours to do. Real pain in the butt type stuff there. The only TP boosting items are going to be stuff like your meat items, so I hope that for every use of that particular skill, in order to go potentially boost it for free or what have you, that your best option may potentially be to go and repeatedly kill a dragon by going and feeding them to the store and converting them into a steak. So now at this point you're going through this tedious process of going and recruiting this weird reptile in order to then convert them into lunch, in order to then force feed them to your lizard, which may or may not be cannibalism. Honestly, it's a little bit unclear. And then at that point, finally, once all's said and done, you're going and doing this for a very, 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 very modest increase to a skill that's probably not worth using in the first place. And then in Reborn, they're just like, they automatically trigger them at the start of their turn, and the odds are like 60% right off the bat. So there you go, done deal. That's all we had to do there. It's already, it was just a way easier way of doing things. And yeah, then One Vision's approach was actually to still keep the old, there was the old bind and shackle split, so like, when Reborn came around, they took bind, shackle, and stop and just converted them all into stop. Little bit of an awkward fix, but it does the job well enough, because all of them are basically just disable somebody slightly differently for a couple of turns. So I'm assuming partially that was because of the icons, which they probably could have redone, but like, the icons look nearly the same. Stop was basically the best version of all of them anyway, so whatever, it's perfectly fine. Not to mention, it was a little bit confusing sometimes, because let's say somebody was shackled, and so you'd assume, hey, their counterattack won't work because their arm is broken. No, they can counter just fine. They just can't choose to attack. They can only reflexively do it now. They just can't do it on command. They've become Spider-Man. Okay. Let's see. Heading out now. May be blessed with plenty of good birds and KFCs. Likewise, thank you to you as well. All right. Let's see. Every member of the team had to 100% warn report on the PSP version in order to qualify working on tour. That's probably the only way to explain some of the weirdly specific changes they made. Seriously. Like, the way that they changed basically every single drop to a new location. Like, who would have thought about the little crystal ores, right? The things you used to convert Baldur into. Like, they were just such a complete nothing item before, and they instead changed them into an almost currency of sorts for your endgame upgrades. Like, changing the Neb was a given, but the way that the pumpkins now suddenly had more of an endgame purpose, the way that a lot of the staves were essentially changed to what was functionally the same thing, but it was kind of something everybody wanted to do anyway, so, that ended up working out nicely. So yeah, it's nice. I don't know, overall it just... Yeah, technically some edges were a little bit smoother than some would have preferred, but overall it is easily the most comfortable to play of the bunch by a very, very long margin. Granted, I've definitely put more hours into something like One Vision, but that's largely on account of nobody's converted Reborn into a PSP version yet, or into a Vita version yet. As soon as that's possible, like, I've considered taking programming classes specifically to understand how to convert Reborn into a Vita game, but that hasn't happened yet. But hopefully, with hopefully having more time this year, that may happen. That may happen. We'll see. But yeah. And that's largely due to the fact that something like a Switch is just not a very pocketable device, unfortunately. I have considered using something like a like an RP4, but it's still slightly bigger than a Vita, and still noticeably less less durable. So there's that. All right. Let's see. I don't think I can play any other version of the Tour. I could play on a Steam Deck, basically like a PSP. I mean, I do cover it on a Steam Deck every now and then. I just prefer the Vita. It's just cozy to me. It's basically my comfort electronic, you know. It's my emotional support device, I guess you could go ahead and say. So look at that. There's actually a dent put in these health bars, finally. Only 7.5 billion years to go. It's going to be so much faster once this is done, though. Like, you'll see. Believe it or not, I've already tested this on a test run. But yeah, the main reason for this tile in particular, if it wasn't clear already, none of the missile abilities can hit this particular tile because it's slightly lower elevation than the others, so they can't be targeted, and there's a lot of tiles over there on the right that technically count as a knockback, so there's the chance for that extra 10. After this point, he will be switching over to Denim's Necklace, so yeah. We'll have that going on there as well. I realistically should have done that before this, considering, you know, it was very clear what he was here for. But it is, again, as always, what it is. Let's see, Vita Stick needs to be replaced. That's why I haven't used it in years and just ended up getting a Vita TV. Which version do you have? Do you have the chunky or the slim? Because if it's the chunky, if you run it through recalibration, oftentimes that will actually fix a lot of things since it uses the magnetic sticks. If you have a slim, you can replace them, sure, but there's also a temporary fix to it if you rotate it clockwise 3 times. Additionally, if you take a Q-tip with some IPA, yeah, it was the slim. So, now, question, is it damaged, like, is it getting drift from being deformed? Like, is it completely pushed in, or are we talking about a case where it's just like drifting occasionally? Because if it's occasional drift, to get it to temporarily fix, again, just like rotate clockwise 3 times to get it to reset itself. That'll recenter it. If it continues to drift, take a small amount of IPA, put it on a Q-tip, put the stick to the extremes, kind of gently, in all directions. Rub the IPA cotton swab on there, and essentially just kind of rotate it around in circles to hopefully get out whatever gunk it was that was in there, because it's probably a little bit of oil from your fingers that just ended up somewhere along the lines nearby a sensor. So as long as you get that out of there, that should usually fix the problem. And then if it is fully physically damaged for the slim models, you can usually get a replacement one of those on like eBay or Amazon for like 10 bucks. It's actually a surprisingly easy fix. Just got to be careful when first opening it, just to not tear out the cable for that back screen, or for that back touchpad that allegedly someone ever used. Kind of one of the most useless features on a device ever, but whatever. Anyway. Let's see. Drifting, as in spazzing in all directions without touching. Yeah, I mean, it could be more physical damage. Did you keep it in a jeans pocket a lot? Because that was the thing with the Slim. A lot of times people would put them in a jeans pocket and just, like, really smudge those things up, get a lot of dust in the sticks and what have you. Like, personally, I've had 0 problems ever since fixing my latest one over a year ago. And that thing basically never leaves my pocket. It goes to work with me, carrying fairly heavy things around. Hanging out with the kiddos, whatever else, it gets hit very regularly. But yeah, no, it has never had an issue. See, IPA, I'm assuming you don't mean the type of beer. No, I mean isopropyl alcohol. Just get some of that, throw that on a Q-tip. Even if you use a little bit too much, just like blow into the area there, and it should help to get rid of some of that. Specifically, if you end up getting stuff like the 91%, it has a tendency to dry very, very quickly, which means you can effectively clean something by essentially blowing a drop of the stuff over a surface, and then it just dries out. It sounds dumb, but it works. It's something I've been recommending for the Slim model for years. I used to run a Slim myself until finding this chunkier model that was completely fucked up, but also happened to have a stick that was so damaged that it was basically cracked into parts. But then I realized that if you recalibrated it, it just continued to work. So yeah, I had to stick with it after that, and then started really appreciating the magnetic sticks after that. So there's that as well. Yeah, the Hall effect sticks, they are, man, them things are, they got some longevity on there. Let's see. So yeah, give that a bit of a try. Hopefully that'll work. I did several videos on repairing Vita Slims over the years, so worst case scenario, there's at least one of those out there. But yeah, no, like, I just both models of the Vita, absolutely love those things. The Vita TV's alright, I suppose, but just favorite handheld of all time. It just feels exactly perfect in the hands. Happens to have exactly the library that I was looking for. Like, if you mod those things, it has basically everything that I've ever wanted in, you know, in a carry device or what have you, with exception to stuff like Tor. And even then, the option to be able to remote play it is always there. And actually, I saw a mod that allowed for remote playing PS5 on the thing, so, you know, that's potentially an option down the road, maybe, assuming that they end up becoming affordable. But there's ways. You can always find all of the individual parts and eventually assemble one, I suppose. Anyway, that is neither here nor there, but for the moment, getting close to the first actual rock-based knockout here. One that will go dramatically faster going forward. This one fight will easily take longer than the whole rest of Chapter 1 combined. Alright. Continue throwing rocks. See, since I don't play handhelds anymore, Steam Deck is basically the wife's, even though I bought it for me, and everything is a TV or monitors. The Vita just works so well for me. Here's the thing, like, personally, as far as handhelds go, like, I used to, it was one of these cases where I used to be up to so much that I typically was just only playing stuff that I could play on my phone. I just really hate touchscreens. So, like, when it comes to the Vita, especially with the modding scene really taking off, like, at this point, it's the only thing that I know of that can comfortably, very quickly go into a pocket, has absurd battery life, and also just happens to have everything that I want on there. Like, a lot of my favorite games came out of the PS2 era, so like stuff like San Andreas or MGS2. You know, it has those on there. I have an absolute love of all versions of XCOM, so we got Enemy Within, as well as well, I guess technically they call it Enemy Unknown Plus, but whatever you want to call the dang thing. So you got that, you got stuff like various different versions of Worms on there. All my favorite versions work on it. Technically not out of the box, like Open Warfare 2 never had a digital version, but I did digitize the one that I had. You have the original PSP version of Tactics Ogre, you got One Vision on there, you got emulators that allow for playing all versions, well, almost all versions of March of the Black Queen, OB64, the original SNES version of this, as well as Knight of Lotus. Plus lots of just old classic Pokemon games, which I always was a big fan of, as well as ROM hacks for those particular things. Like, there's just a lot of goodies to that particular one. Actually, taking a look at it now, I'll pull up the library real quick here. Actually, also, I love the fact that just like the Steam Deck, you are able to remap it into a one-handed device if that is ever a feature that you need. So, for example, like I do plasma donations. I mentioned that several times before, and being able to do that essentially one-handed. So, like I would have something that I'm listening to on my phone, like an audiobook or something, would just tuck that back in my pocket. I have the Vita. I'm able to go play, you know, One Vision one-handed on there. It's pretty cozy. It's a very, very comfortable device for that sort of thing. Ridiculously lightweight, ridiculously long battery life. Like, I basically charge the thing once a week, and it never leaves my pocket. So, you know, it's overall pretty cozy. Not to mention, unlike the Switch, it doesn't really have any issues with ever heating up. There is no kind of heat up element whatsoever with it. If it ever changes 1 degree, it automatically shuts off. The load times are a little bit longer on some things for that reason, but personally, I really, you know, I'm perfectly happy with that trade-off, because, yeah, it's just so low impact for everything that it's it just feels miraculous. Like, let's see, other stuff that's on there. Was always a big fan of Warhawk over on the PS1, which granted is going to be on any portable device really. But either way, just looks particularly nice on that one. Even when I recently was comparing with the sort of official release on a bigger screen, just the Vita version looks nicer. Stuff like if you ever played Sonic 3 Air, it's Angel Island Revisited. Basically, just remaking that that entire thing in a more kind of modern format. Same thing with stuff like Sonic 2, which like it was always growing up on the Genesis era and what have you. For some reason, I just find it really funny to have Trogdor Reburninated on there. MG Acid 2 hates emulation. That's very comfortably able to run on there with no problems. FF10, we were talking about that earlier. Stuff like Spelunky's on there. Just kind of natively, there was recently a port of Into the Breach that also works on there too. You got all the Twisted Metal titles. Whenever the kiddos want to go play Minecraft, that's always possible too. Like if, let's say, their Switches die or they don't have any other means available, I just go and hand them my Vita. Hall Effect sticks, I know they're not going to do anything to them, so that's always nice there. Like, the thing's just great. So yeah, there's that. Not to mention, I don't know when this came out, but they had this thing, MU Vita++, kind of awkward, weird name for the thing. But yeah, very solid kind of emulator front end that personally I prefer to stuff like RetroArch. It's arguably a version of RetroArch, probably. But either way, it's been pretty stable. It is a lot better about using in-game saves, which RetroArch unfortunately has that annoying problem of deleting your in-game saves because it wants you to use its save states and, quit out saves and whatever else, and I personally find that stuff really unnatural, so whatever, to each their own. Not to mention, also, as far as emulation goes, like, the PSP versions of all the Armored Core games are pretty freaking fantastic. So there's that too. Oh yeah, Fallout 2, I forgot about that. Yeah, you can play Fallout 2 on a Vita too. Just of all things. Just like every classic thing that I love the hell out of is just comfortably available over on that little thing. Which I personally really enjoy. Oh, okay. That was a rant. Anyway, see, love this game on Vita, but the way it doesn't respect my time drives me crazy. What, you mean the PSP version? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I love the fact that it's funny between the different versions. It's funny how Reborn is so much faster in every way but the speedrun, because you technically actually have to, be involved with the mechanics to some degree. So, like, the speedrun for this one, I believe someone beat my record a few months back, so it's down to, like, it's still like 11 hours and then something, I think. But the funny thing is that that with all that being said, the PSP version is technically faster just because, well, bows are completely broken. So most of the PSP run just consists of you put anatomy and bows on Canobus and then just like have him walk forward, take one shot, and the map's done. So yeah, it's just kind of that over and over forever. All right. See, oh god, we're still in the same fight. I just realized. Yes. Yes, we are. But it's starting to get closer to the end here. So we continue beating that guy with rocks, and then everybody else gets continued to be beaten with rocks. And then eventually, we'll be done here. At which point, it will be possible to move on. Now, there is technically a little bit of tech here that's kind of quietly happening while we're talking about it. Every time that somebody is standing nearby one of those little ledges, they're targeted as a bit of a priority in order to hopefully make sure that they end up getting their extra 10 damage there. And additionally, I'm probably going to be moving over to the left side of the castle here to make sure that we get more of those opportunities coming up pretty soon as that one soldier guy down there is dead. Basically, he has to go away, their formation is going to change a little bit, and that will allow for a little bit better movement. Not to mention it will allow for targeting that wizard that is currently hiding. This approach will later cease to work on account of vertical AoEs being more available, but again, we'll deal with it at the time. Unfortunately, the downside of all of this is the parries. They have a tendency to parry quite a bit. But, oh well, we'll deal with that over time as well. Additionally, later on there will be certain maps that will have more beast units which do not have armor, which means that they wouldn't resist throwing rocks as much, which would mean that there's potentially going to be some faster options on those, but for the time being, this is going to be our approach. Alright. Actually, yeah, now is as good a time as any to go ahead and move over here, which then should allow for a few more options later. Yep. And in fact, that particular tile might end up being perfect, because he still can't be targeted on account of awkward sightlines, and that is a particularly good spot. Not to mention there's less flight time on the rock, which means that he can potentially just keep targeting him down there, and hopefully there's two different tiles where we can get that 10 bonus, so we'll deal with that when it happens. There we go. See if they decide to do any of that. Decent enough. Alright. And yeah, once those two are out of the way, it'll then be possible to move down to the bottom right there, and then probably just park everybody up on that island, and then just continue chucking rocks from there. Either way, we'll get to it when we get to it. This is why I needed to put that blue necklace on him. This would be going a lot faster with it, I think. But it is what it is. Let's see. See, with as much of a Vita fan as you are as well, did you ever play / like Blazing Souls Accelerate? It would be PSP, but it is my favorite PSP game, bar none. 10 out of 10 would recommend, has a lot to it. General rule of thumb, if it's got some kind of very Englishy name like that, probably I've never touched it. It's just... names like that have always rubbed me the wrong way. I know it's just a title, and yes, I am aware that we're talking about a game that was originally called Let Us Cling Together, but, like, I don't know. When it's just, like, a bunch of random words strung together like that, there's just something about it that just makes me not want to play it. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. See, you get a rock, everyone gets a rock. Exactly. Rocks for everyone. This is a day for everyone to be stoned. See, Totally One Vision is amazing, just have to occasionally use class level cheats, so I'm not grinding forever. The rest of the game, speed is totally fine. That's just quality of life. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the potential for a no-level version for a while. Don't think it's ever happening, but yeah, most of the time people just kind of set it to whatever level they want and just kind of goes from there. You know, it is what it is. Said that a million times, but it's the truth. Let's see. See, but that's his brand. Let's see, finish a run instead of inventing new ways to torture yourself. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. A lot of it just kind of comes down to whether or not a run ended up kind of running its course, so to speak. Like, stuff like this is one that has such a basic rule set, and it's just kind of a good excuse to keep talking about friggin' whatever, that I would gladly keep on doing it for an extensive period of time. Stuff like Nothing Burger ended up dropping off the radar simply because it just kind of... it wasn't really as much fun, right? So, like, some of them are continuing on very slowly over time. So, like I mentioned, you know, TIB, that one's getting a follow-up relatively soonish. Same thing with stuff like Kingsbane or Horizon's Gate or what have you. You know, the crab-only one. Those get updates kind of whenever they happen. Mostly because a lot of them just kind of are ones that you kind of got to be in the right mood for, and I tend to like doing things in bursts. So most of the time I'll be like, okay, I want to just get one of everything done and then just like burn out for a week. So they're not necessarily sitting down every single day and doing one of them. I'll just sit down there for, you know, a couple of hours and just like absolutely burn through the backlog really quick. I don't know. Everyone's brain works a little bit differently. I just always worked better in bursts, so it is what it is. Alright, go, continue throwing more rocks at this guy. But yeah, all the Armored Core ones got done. It's just that this series in general has a tendency to take quite a decently long time to complete, as do a lot of things in this genre, unfortunately. That's why you don't see more people covering them. But I do try to get to things as much as I can. Like, technically, as far as TO goes, you know, we've had solos and level 1s and whatever else done over time. They take a minute. They take a minute. I still have yet to complete the solo for this one, so we'll get to that at some point. You know, no stuff like no end caps. I've mentioned before. I like to play pretty chaotically, so a lot of times ones like those tend to just not stick around for that reason, because they require a lot of strict planning or what have you. And, well, not necessarily strict planning, but just like generally careful play. And sure, there's some cases where I have done careful stuff, you know, anything Xenonauts related or what have you. But for something like this, it just feels fun to go fast, you know? Alright, let's see. It would fall into the same universe as Spectral Souls / Neverland. If you know those, I am totally unfamiliar with those. At least as far as I'm aware. Let's see, at least for Horizon's Gate, you can wait for the new update to go up. It gets a new early mid-dungeon that generally helps quirky restrictions. Wait, what? It's getting yet another update? Honestly, that's kind of amazing to me. I would have thought Rad Codex was doing another thing. Apparently they're going back and updating Horizon's Gate more. I mean, I know they had a few random updates recently. It's just, it's weird to think about. It's like, here's this game from years ago that goes on sale constantly for basically nothing. And yet, all the same, you know, here's this update. Because I think they added new classes to Horizon's Gate, didn't they? Let's see, you're a wizard for being able to play Armored Core on the Vita. I remember growing up to my dad S-ranking all of them up to 4 answer, no idea how. I mean, honestly, I just really like the control scheme for PSP and Vita. I guess, like, you had to grow up with it or something, but, like, something about having everything mapped over to the D-pad as opposed to the control sticks, I really hate pressing down on control sticks. I don't know. Just really don't like it anytime it comes up. It's, oddly enough, one of those things that really made me appreciate Outer Worlds 2 more than 1. Yes, I'm aware you can remap them just fine, but the fact that they have crouch over on circle / technically B on this particular controller, as opposed to requiring the thumbstick press, don't know why. Don't know why. It's just a lot nicer to me. I really don't like control stick presses. I guess another reason that I like the Steam Deck, because you can just remap everything to never use those. Alright. See, Granny was playing them on their native systems. I mean, again, on PS2, honestly, the feeling is not that different, like Steam Deck versus PS2 and whatnot. I just really don't like, especially for AC, when it comes to things like your Exceed Orbits or your Overboosts or things like that, having those mapped over to the sticks is kind of annoying because you regularly hit them on accident. Like, it's a series that has a whole lot of pretty intense dodging to it, and so whenever you're going and doing those dodges, you have a tendency to press down on those sticks, and when you do, it'd be great to not accidentally set yourself on fire as you're running away, you know? So, you know, there's that. Also, I guess we're just going to go ahead and use up one of these, because I want to test something real quick. Let's see, performance update, tons of new modding tools, bit of content. Nice! Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Gives yet another reason to go back to Horizon's Gate, as if just the fact that it's Horizon's Gate wasn't enough. God, that game's good. Like, how does something manage to be so relaxed and yet so potentially intense at the same time? Man. Seriously, if anyone here happens to not be familiar with how good the Rad Codex games are, oh, you're missing out so much. They're incredible. Like, incredible games. They don't look like much until you've played them. And once you've played them, congratulations, you have a new lifelong addiction. Alright. Especially if you have a Steam Deck, by the way. They're really, really good on Steam Deck. Like, just the size is exactly perfect for playing them handheld. The way that everything works on them is just exactly perfect for this. Funnily enough, I have tried remote playing them on a Vita. That is not an experience I would recommend for anyone. I mean, it is a great way to destroy your eyeballs if you hate them for some reason. So, yeah, there's that. Let's see, it always makes me have a weird worry I'll break the L3 or R3 whenever pressing the sticks. Yeah, same here, and especially on those old PS2 controllers where they had a tendency to get really loose on you. Yeah. Yeah, I really didn't like using those things. So you spell the game you're talking about, I'll look into it. Horizon_SGATE. And same thing for Kingsvein. Kingsvein. Incredible games. But yeah, the developer, Rad Codex, basically they just made an engine for just kind of strategy RPGs in general, but it's one in which you can have a whole lot more world interaction than you would expect. So the easiest way to put it is like it's a mix of Ultima and Final Fantasy Tactics. Like imagine if FFT just like took the class system and just decided, fuck it, we're just gonna go to town with this. Like forget having like 15 something classes, we're gonna have like 50. And yeah, that's more or less what you see there. Like in Horizons Gate, you're going and traveling from town to town. You find little kind of teachers and what have you, and if you essentially beat a little puzzle and go reach them, you now have a new class with all new mechanics. Instead of being just limited to 2, you kind of have a kind of multi-classing system that allows for mixing and matching up to 4 classes, but with diminishing returns. So let's say you have your first class, and you're able to access everything about them. You have your second class, and you're able to access a partial list of their skills, and then once you end up getting to your third and fourth ones, you're able to typically import 1 or 2 skills from that particular class, which is usually all you really need for that particular build or what have you. You know, like let's say you had somebody that was a machinist, but you only wanted the ability to put down conveyor belts to go move people around. You know, let's say you had somebody that was a teleportation specialist, and you only wanted the delayed teleportation explosion, or you know, let's say you had somebody that only wanted to put down turrets, you wanted somebody that only needed the ability to set something on fire from the scout, you know, you only wanted the ability to do a chain pull from the sailor or something. Just, it's surprisingly expansive. But as you go along, you're just kind of going and exploring the world, setting up your own town, just kind of seeing new things, finding weird ambushes, and you're going and you're journaling everything along the way. So like early on, you set yourself up with a contract to go and get paid for all of your different discoveries and whatnot, and then you go back to town, you report your findings, you trade whatever goods you found along the way, you expand your little armada of ships. You know, maybe you go and start doing some piracy, maybe you just start going and fighting things for the hell of it. You know, maybe you set up a boarding party to go board sea monsters to go steal like a gem out of their face or what have you. Like, it's just a ton of fun, you know. It is surprisingly expansive. Also, getting closer and closer and closer to finally being done with this. Like I said, the end goal remains the same. That one little necromancer is going to go away, and this is all somehow required. Just go with it. But yeah, and then you had the other kind of like real gem of the Rad Codex library, which was Kingsbane. Don't get me wrong, all 4 of their games are freaking awesome. But their first one, they were just kind of finding their legs and testing out what their engine could do. You could definitely feel the jank on that one. By the time they got to the next one, supposedly a lot of things were a lot better in terms of the world traversal. By the time you got to the third one, which is Horizons Gate there, by that point, you already see things like, hey, you know, there's a bridge out, you could potentially train somebody to be able to jump over the gap, or potentially you could just go and, you know, break apart some boxes, go take the planks from the boxes, go and put them over the bridge, and you end up fixing the bridge. It's like one of these things where there's just a lot of little world interactions you wouldn't necessarily think about that causes you to carry around a lot of junk items because they might interact with the world in some cool way, which I personally find a lot of fun. Anyway, let's see, that makes sense. I'm the same way. I could never approach high scores on any classic arcade game. Could not replicate that journey of learning muscle memory. I mean, sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes stuff just kind of works. Though, it is weird to go back to some early classics, like just kind of wondering what on earth they were thinking. I feel like one of the weirder ones, and this may only matter for folks that maybe grew up on the Genesis or whatever, but like, I grew up on the Genesis, you know, it's one that my brother and I played non-stop pretty much every day. You know, we would go and trade off and go off and try to beat various games and what have you. Like, we were playing Earthworm Jim 2 a hell of a lot, stuff like Tides of Time and what have you. But there was one that I never saw at the time that happened to pop up in a lot of Genesis collections later on. There's this really weird game by the name of Gain Ground. So for the guy that needed spellings, Gainground. Now, apparently this was an arcade game at some point. Now, you know, there's a lot of fun arcade games that ended up coming out on that system. All well and good. This particular one was a little bit quirky in that I don't know necessarily what it was trying to be. Because the basic idea was that you had a sort of like almost SRPG style map, but with a bunch of various ambushes all throughout it. Your goal was to get your entire team to the opposite end of the map, or to beat everything on said map. You had a roster of something like 20 different characters. If one character died, they would essentially be down on the ground. You would start with the next character, and they would potentially be able to rescue them and escape to the exit. Again, you could either escape to the exit, or you could just fight everything that's there. If you picked up a character, they were added to your roster. If you picked up more than one character, you could just have clones of that character. Every character in the party ended up attacking differently. So, like, let's say you had one guy that's like this like tribal guy, right? And let's say he's able to go shoot arrows in any direction, but if you hit his alternate fire, he's got a javelin that goes up and then down slightly that he can only fire upwards. Or let's say you have somebody that's got a pistol that they can only shoot in one direction, but potentially they've got a grenade that they can chuck over walls, or another guy that uses only tornadoes or stuff like that. All kinds of different stuff like that. Every character was very different. And what's funny is that if you switched it over to its harder difficulty, you got every single character right off the bat, because they decided it's way harder to fight through things than it is to just run by them, which is completely not the case whatsoever. So, inverse difficulty aside, though, it's just a weird premise for a game, because muscle memory will betray you every single time, because it just doesn't really seem to work right in many cases. A lot of times it just kind of comes down to spamming things and hoping things maybe work out right. A lot of times you'll maybe get, I don't know, like 90% of the way through the thing, only to find out that you don't have somebody that, let's say, can throw something vertically over a door, and, well, you're soft blocked. It's game over time now. You just don't get to progress. Very strange game, very strange design. Honestly, still probably would recommend playing it, because it certainly feels interesting. One of the weirdest settings you'll ever see, because you're basically going from fighting cavemen to, by the time you're in 5, you're like raiding through a city, and then you're just fighting cyborgs or something. No idea what they were on, but it is a very interesting game nonetheless. Anyway, though, going back to the muscle memory thing, I think a lot of it depends on what consoles you started with. Like, especially something like the Genesis there. I don't think a lot of things relied on muscle memory as much, because the controllers were kind of iffy with their delay time and everything. Like, I remember stuff like Earthworm Jim and what have you, there was many cases where the sort of like climbing mechanic just wouldn't work, because I had an old off-brand controller that was always delaying inputs. So yeah, it just could never make use of that mechanic when I actually wanted to. But I don't know. Maybe there was less of that on other consoles, but I will say the Genesis had a whole lot of off-brand controllers, and certainly had the cheap ones. So there's that. Man, this is taking a bit of a while. Now, going back to the previous question from like an hour ago. Somebody was asking about the worst class in Tor here. You know, kind of a weird one to think about, because there really aren't necessarily any bad ones, so to speak. But I don't know. I don't know why I decided to go back to a topic I had no answer for, but I guess that's worth talking over. Like, going over the basic generic stuff, it wouldn't be the warrior, because honestly, their criticals end up being useful no matter what. Wouldn't end up being any of the caster classes. You know, your basic wizards, the extra range plus debuffs plus their speed thing, really good. Stuff like knights being invincible is never a problem. Stuff like berserkers do kind of suffer in terms of range, but they also end up making up for it with finishers down the line, so that's not necessarily much of an issue for them. Like, especially if you run something like daggers and axes, that actually gives them a pretty good amount of coverage plus some range. Things like TKs never drop off. Things like archers are very underrated in most situations. Let's see. Honestly, overall, I think probably the worst would probably end up being the Fusilier of all things. Okay, least useful? I would say probably the Fusilier, because they're basically like archers with no elemental options. They're item throwers like beast tamers with less movement range and far worse speed and far worse defenses overall, plus, again, their equipment options are dramatically more limited. Their finishers are kind of ass, to be honest. Like, guns in general in this one tend to be pretty iffy. I mean, sure, they've got one really good double hitter, but aside from that, they're kind of suffering, you know? Like, they're slow, their defenses are intentionally awful, they've got okay range, but they still get outranged by longbows. They basically do the same thing of being, you know, high DPS, awful against armor kind of situation. So again, they're basically like a downgrade to the Archer and Beast Tamer at the same time in my book. As far as their upgrades go, their weapon options are very, very limited, with basically 3 functional categories in the form of just daggers, pistols, and rifles. None of which are necessary. Like, the daggers are the best by far, but they don't have either. Well, they don't have anything to go back those up necessarily. See, surprising how much gunners seem to never be viable compared to bows and tactics games. What about chemists, dude? Chemists FFT absolutely kick ass. Like, a lot of folks mention them as being one of the best. I mean, in SNES, they were also really good just because they had infinite range, so you could just park them up on top of a wall. You give them some, like, flying boots or something, and they're just infinitely sniping forever. They just never really managed to replicate that particular feeling in either PSP or here, is kind of the problem. Like, in PSP, it's weird that they got buffed in this version, and they're still pretty bad. Like, if you ever are curious what I mean about how they got buffed in this version, in PSP they were already one of the slowest. But on top of that, taking any action with them, like on top of guns already, you know, due to reload time and stuff like that, being one of the slowest attacking things that there were, they also stacked recovery time penalties for any of the bonuses, like their, you know, guaranteed criticals or firing through walls or what have you. So they were basically getting double turned by everything on the map at that point. But yeah, no. Like, archers kind of just don't have any of those problems. Like, sure, they still have the same armor thing, but you can get around that in various different ways. So, anyway, so yeah, in my book, Fusiliers will probably end up being the bottom of the pile there. Just kind of in general. And again, even as far as their weapon options go, like, the best that they can do is raise basic attack score, which is fine. Their best option by far ends up being the Cursed Fusil down the road. But yeah, you basically have one weapon option, so you can't even have multiple of them available. So that's kind of whatever. Hey, you're making a valid argument. I think that's missing a "for once." The implied "for once." But yeah, no. So yeah, they're cool in concept, but and still somehow better than their PSP version, but just not very good. No real bonuses on their weapons. It's all just straight physical, which doesn't apply when it comes to their finishers, which is really when they would be doing most of their most useful stuff. They technically can do both sharpshoot and course correction at the same time, which is technically a bonus from before, but also usually not going to be useful for much outside of, like, just suddenly assassinating a cleric, which is not exactly difficult to do. Alright, let's see. FFT, guns, bows, crossbows are super OP because of any skill they used weapon range as their range. Breaking gear, stuff like that from 5 to 8 squares away was overpowered as heck. Yeah, pretty darn much. It's part of the reason that the early game was a good time to be running around with things like Knight with crossbow. See, I wish they were a bit better against armor in Reborn. I didn't love how they needed a lot of the same debuffs as a bow to excel. Yeah, that would have been... If they were classed as just like a standard physical weapon, I feel like they would have had a lot more of a role for sure. I'm guessing they probably tried it, and it just ended up being exactly as overpowered as it seems. Probably the best way to have addressed that is maybe to have adjusted all their finishers to be cheaper. Like, if they had cheaper finishers across the board, it would give that same feeling, because then they still are mostly bouncing off, but then they have that feeling of potentially doing their armor-piercing stuff a lot more often than other classes would. They already don't really have much in the way of elemental options, so that probably would be pretty decent, you know? So yeah, I guess technically, unlike archers or whatever else, I guess at least unlike crossbows, they still at least kind of sort of have the option to maybe hit in the kind of like center of a group this time around, because they don't have that issue of bouncing off of anything with a health bar if using course correction. But like, yeah, I don't know. That's not really much of a selling point. Like, on top of everything else, they're just really slow is the thing. Like, they're slow, they're intentionally pretty squishy. They're just like a wizard whose ability is to hit physically. Except they do it really, really slowly. So, I don't know. Not really a big fan of those, but to each their own, as it, as it were. I might end up covering those a bit more down the road, like maybe there is more to them. That typically has been kind of the running theme behind everything in Reborn, that there's always just a bit more to every class that maybe wasn't considered, and oftentimes going and arguing with myself is how a lot of those weird things got discovered, so that's always fun to do. Sometimes you gotta just go and argue with yourself for seemingly no reason. Alright. Go ahead and hit that one over there. If they just go ahead and get closer, that'd be pretty darn nifty. Because, yeah, getting the Valk out of the way is basically the only thing that's needed at the moment. Once this one's gone, everybody else can be kited, just kind of knocked into a corner and just dealt with then. See, in the words of Barbas, a real man doesn't use a gun, he uses a hammer. Honestly, there's kind of a very positive message in that. Because, yeah, you know what? They don't need to resort to violence. They just need to build things. They need to build up their community, you know? That's what we're gonna go ahead and choose to interpret that as. Alright, only 70 more rocks, and she'll be dealt with. Let's see. See, I may have missed it, but what inspired this rock run? This was actually a funny discussion I was having with somebody in the marketing department at Square roughly 4 years ago. Basically, we were just talking about interesting things that you could do in this game. Just, like, they were having some difficulty with everything. And I was pointing to a lot of different challenge runs. I think I had just finished the level 1 run at that point. I was basically just saying, like, hey, there's a lot of kind of hidden mechanics to basically everything. I'm sure this new version will have the same. You can basically make anything into a weapon. Like, I was even doing a throwing rock only in the PSP version at one point. And so he was like, hey, you need to do that for this version. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing here. I mean, I assume I never asked, but anyway. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. So originally it was going to be the PSP version, but literally this version came out before I could complete that one, and the original was taking so much hard drive space that it just kind of knocked around forever until I think I made a video of it a little while ago, and that was kind of about it, and it was just kind of quietly abandoned, and I moved on to this version. So yeah, that's always all well and nice. Although, granted, a lot of the stuff that's really cool about this version I didn't know at the time, so it kind of felt pretty dumb afterwards. Because it's like, hey, here's like a million things I could have suggested, and I didn't know. Because who the hell would have thunk about all of the stuff that was redone, or how much stuff you could do with pincers? Getting 4 people to spear somebody at once with pincers. There's a lot of different options. All right, that's actually why when it was release day, why I had the review in 3 parts, which granted, to this day, still mad at myself that it took so long to get a review done, and especially just like the quality of those reviews was pretty poor, and to this day they're the most watched thing on the channel. Still feel bad about that, but it is what it is. It was kind of overwhelming trying to cover the entire thing while also dealing with family stuff, while also dealing with a bunch of traveling stuff at the time. And then I'm just looking at them like, there's new stuff, I'm not internalizing what the new stuff is, sleep deprived, tired, still trying to work and do this at the same time. It's like, please brain, let it click. And yeah, sometimes it's a little bit of a frustrating process. But eventually did like the review for new people, review for old people, and then finally the third part was just like, here's how you get 4 spears to attack 1 unit at one time. This should be all the information you need. You're welcome. Here's the buy link. Man. Yeah, it's funny how all of the stuff that took the most effort on this whole thing is typically the stuff that did the worst, but whatever, that's how it goes. So glad that this particular map is almost done now, because all of the coffee is starting to wear off, the shakes are starting. So, only 4 dudes left, 2 of which are almost dealt with. And then we'll go from there. Because yeah, the map right after this should only take somewhere in the ballpark of a few minutes. Because it's basically the same thing of getting Canopus all set up. Once he is all set up, then there needs to be 1 breach item that's used, at which point, yeah, pretty easy to handle from there. I have considered switching him over to Divine Element at some point. That might potentially help, but we're not quite there yet. We'll get there. So you should finish this map before 4 AM. I hope so. Good God, I didn't realize how late it was. That's fine, I'm usually up at this time anyway. Again, something that is planned to be changing soon. So we'll deal with it then. Alright. Yeah, there's one thing I actually have not released yet because I forgot to make a thumbnail for it. Oh, sorry. But yeah, it was basically a review of the third shift experience. For anyone that was ever considering doing third shift, and specifically my friend that occasionally looks at these, because yeah, it causes so many more problems than you would assume, like at first glance. Like oftentimes it seems like it's such a perfect fix to everything that could potentially be wrong with a schedule, you know? You're taking this time that you're usually up and relaxing anyway, how hard could it be? And then you realize, like, okay, that doing, let's say, physical or more concentrated work when you would normally be relaxing is actually a lot more difficult than it seems. Then from there, you start realizing you know, now you need to sleep at the time that you would have normally been up, and now all of a sudden you realize that you can't even set a doctor's appointment anymore, because when the hell are you going to go do that? And so on and so forth. It's kind of a bit of a rip-off, to be honest. Anyway. Let's see, it's only midnight for me, so I'm sure you'll make that deadline in some time zone. Yep, it's always 3:15 somewhere. Let's see, please don't take third shift, it becomes your social life. Yeah. Probably the one running theme of anybody that's ever done third shift is to let everybody else know, don't do third shift. Like, I've been doing that for the last year, and you've probably noticed more and more of these just have just random mental fog that show up, and it just keeps on going. It gets worse, and it is definitely not worth the fairly paltry pay they give you. Not to mention, just like the recovery time for things, it gets ridiculous. You're never, you know, you're never there for the situations you want to be, and especially, like, originally when I took it, the purpose was to have a way to be able to get the kids to and from school, just kind of rest while they're at school. You know, I was doing DoorDash deliveries and stuff at night anyway, and that's the thing. Doing something that's more constant like that, that's like a full 8-hour shift or what have you, it's a lot worse than it seems. And honestly, in many ways, it's weird to say that that third shift job was a worse deal than DoorDash even. Because the pay was roughly even in both of those situations, but in one situation I could do that basically whenever. Yes, it was causing damage to the car, but it also was, you know, something that I could theoretically fix up on my own in almost all situations. You know, it was something that could be done basically any time of day, and oftentimes required dramatically less hours, to be completely blunt. It just basically bites chunks out of your brain repeatedly, and it's just an awful feeling. Let's see. It becomes a social life and you can't have anything else? Yeah, very accurate. Very, very accurate. Like, just... Even over the course of the last few weeks when I've been working towards kind of walking out of that job, so to speak, it's just like... Even when you take a single day off, you just start realizing just how much it's taking away from you. Let's see, it eats chunks out of your life? Yeah, very, very true. I think even the same word there. Let's see, only awake because the furnace went out. Somehow Memphis has been spared from the hellstorm. The furnace didn't agree. My lizard isn't loving it. Well, I hope you got a heating lamp on them or something at least. Yeah, dude, the snow out here was so bad. Like, I was going to go drop off the kiddos like a block from here, and, well, go see them today. It wasn't a pick-up and drop-off kind of day. But I was going to go hang out with them for a bit, and, yeah, it was so bad that there were 5 cars jammed up in a single kind of driveway here. Couldn't end up getting out there. Go another direction. There's 2 more cars crashed. Like, there's entire hills that my car simply cannot get up. It just physically is not capable of doing so. Just like spinning out, random asshole in an F-150, as always, going and beeping at everybody like, oh, why don't you have my car? Well, I don't know, it's the one time your car is actually useful, what can I tell you? Yeah, for those that don't live in the States, by the way, if that seems a little bit weird to you, we have this thing called the vanity truck over here. It's just like, it's somebody that basically never actually does any physical work or what have you. They just spent an unreasonable amount on a giant oversized truck just to kind of beep at people. Oftentimes they specifically modify them to take the catalytic converters off just so they can blast people with black smoke as they're driving by. Basically, they're the natural habitat of the absolute asshole. But it is what it is. We have a ton of them. Usually you can tell because it's a gigantic truck with a bunch of stickers talking about how hardworking they are, and noticeably not a single scratch on it, or a single speck of dirt, because they wash it daily. Anyway, let's see, moving on here. See, heat lamp is on, hand warmer is taped to the outside of the cage with a camping quilt covering. If it is stable in 15, I will start my 2-hour sleep intervals. I mean, hopefully that holds up, man. God, this is already an hour longer than I was planning for tonight, but you know what? We'll see it through. We'll see it through and plan better next time. I think that's what we'll do. Alright, let's see. What sucks is that you can't hang out with friends or family, and if anything you need to do is only open Monday through Friday, you can just never go. Yeah, and I even specifically split my off days so that I have one that's in the middle of the week and one on weekends, and even that was not enough. Like, there's just no way to really make it properly functional. It's basically just sentencing yourself to a hell of your own making. In some cases, like in my particular situation, it was kind of just sort of seen as the only way to go for a while, and yeah, it's not. There's so many better ways to go. Like, even going and comparing what could be done with, let's say, like an eBay store, or what could be done with just doing, courier work or what have you. There's just no sense in trying to take it. I mean, in some cases, sure, you've got stuff like, let's say potentially like factory positions in more specialized places that pay you well enough to actually be worth the effort, but there's a lot more sacrifices than are obvious there. But even then, oftentimes you're potentially risking your safety, and that's not particularly good, because hey, as soon as your safety ends up being compromised, well, it's not like they're going to step in and help you. So, just kind of one of those situations, the beautiful situation that many of us happen to be in. But yeah. Like, funnily enough, I had actually been going and filling out applications for all sorts of different things. Just kind of curious to see what the other third shift kind of stuff looked like. Expecting to kind of stay on it for a while. 4 months later, they bothered to get around to one of my applications. And so I'm talking to them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we pay slightly more than your current thing, and we'd be able to maybe get you in for another interview. Just so you know, we have mandatory permanent overtime that only allows for 12-hour shifts. So you start off at 5 p.m., you end at 7 a.m. I was like, oh, well, I have to go make sure that the kids are at school. I have to be able to be out at 5:30. Is there any exceptions to that? Oh, no. There's no way that we could possibly make exceptions to, a frickin' 12-hour shift every night with 1 day off. God forbid you breathe. So yeah, that seemed like a total scam. Anyway, let's see. We lived in the tropics all my life. The only seasons I know are wet and dry. Yeah, right now we are currently in the sorting your snow season. We've got piles of snow that are freakishly high. The roads are made of pure ice. The windows make you dread getting close to them. And yeah, there's just crashes absolutely everywhere. The police are basically out at all times pulling people out of ditches because they decided to be geniuses. You have that one absolute, absolute mental Hulk that is always going down, with a friggin' Dodge Charger, just speeding along a freezing highway, going away from the spots that are actually carved down to go drive on a sheet of pure ice. Oftentimes these are found later in pieces further down the road. Yet there always seems to be an infinite amount of them. Not sure where they all come from. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. Oof, I've been here, done that. Thought I had escaped it. 4 years on the shores of Superior. There were hills I didn't use for the season with my manual. Yeah, I think today was the first time I've had to use the low gear on the car in quite a decently long time. Let's see, that sounds lovely tranquil. It's funny because we never lose power in the Great White North. The southern U.S. can barely handle 1 inch of ice. Oh, for sure. Although oftentimes it's for really dumb reasons. Like, I remember currently, again, just like freezy blizzard, whatever else. Even the old house with its old systems never seems to have any power outages, but stuff seems to be presumably just very underground over here. In Florida, like it storms all the time, but you still regularly see outages all the time. Again, presumably just either due to the fact that it's all coming from the wind there, or maybe because people are just really mad at anything official happening, so presumably they just yell at their utility workers. I don't know. Also, it happened to be squirrels a lot of the time. I don't actually come to think of it, it was almost always squirrels. They just really love chewing through the power over there. Not really much you can do about rodents. Let's see, I'm the weird one who likes the overnights, but have a great wife who is good with it. She went to bed 20 minutes ago. Yay, work from home, and our youngest finished high school last year, so it works. See, that's the difference there. If you have somebody that really backs you up, that really cares about your sleep schedule and stuff like that, that's the difference there. But anyways, that's a whole other story we're not touching upon right now, but I will say this year has been a lot better for sleeping. Anyway. Oh, my phone's about to die. Anyway, let's see. The part that I hated, that I wasn't even enjoying the day before the night shift, that's your time to be productive. I ended up just thinking, great, I have to be at work in 3 hours. Yep. The constant, permanent reminder of how much time is left until work. And like, I saw a thing on the Reddit there for third shift and what have you. It's like, this is an image everyone can relate to, and it's just like somebody looking at their alarm and seeing that they are now under 4 hours of sleep because God forbid they had to go get something done. And it's just like, it somehow always ends up being 4 hours, and you can never explain to some people that you are a human being that requires sleep. It's the strangest mental hiccup that ends up happening. I'm sure there must be some psychological term for it, but just like, you'll have some people that will forever insist that you're lazy for getting any sleep whatsoever. It's the strangest thing. But yeah, it just sort of happens. And I think part of it is just like this idea of being jealous of sleeping when they're working, and they're just not piecing together that you're working at a different time, and for some reason they just kind of get stuck right then and there, that they can't go beyond, it can't go beyond that thought that, oh, they're relaxing while I'm not, and that's bad. I'm assuming that's where that comes from. It's kind of hard to say, but kind of whatever. But yeah, no, it just feels like you're stuck at work forever, you can never escape, and yeah. It feels rough, too, because in a lot of cases, the places that are operating on third shift really need the help, and you kind of feel for the people that are there. Like, if I didn't like the people that I worked with, I probably never would have stayed at the store that I've been working at for the last year. But, again, it is what it is. Like, it is at least nice to have that feeling of, like, hey, you're probably well over points at this point, but everyone knows that feeling that you're feeling like you're about to die here. So, you're like calling in because you physically cannot get yourself out of bed. But at the same time, it's kind of the whole Sword of Damocles thing. You have that just hanging over your head at all times. It's like, oh, we can let you go at any time. It's like, I'm sure you could. I could also let you go too, But yeah. Like, to give you an idea of the kind of mess that happens over there, though, like, oftentimes it's just like no funding goes towards those positions. So like, there was a situation where the blizzard started rolling through, right? And so everything is freezing, everything is getting broken. All the managers that are involved have called off and or gotten sick because they know what's coming. And so it ended up showing up one day. Out of a staff that's supposed to be operating at a minimum of 30 people, there's 6 people there. Of the ones that are there, nobody's actually authorized to go do the job that we're meant to do, so everyone's just like meandering around from aisle to aisle, trying to find something to do to look busy until somebody with some authority shows up. In order to look good for the cameras, they're constantly judging everybody, because they will, you know, they have the staff to be able to tell if somebody is on their phone for more than a few seconds, but God forbid that they actually hire some people to work there. But that's usually how it goes, and that's why people have a tendency to bounce from one position to another doing the exact same thing, because they would prefer to police the few people that bothered showing up than actually supporting them. Because, you know, the suits that are going in and approving all this stuff, they're not the ones working at nights. They're too special for that. So, again, with the it is what it is. Alright. Alright, let's see. Worked in HR at a couple of manufacturing plants. The hourly folk get the short end of the stick. They don't care. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I ended up leaving this one factory that I ended up working for. They paid decently well, but also, like, I remember dozing off one night and just, like, waking up and thinking, like, yeah, I could have easily woken up without some fingers here. That's not great. So going back to the comment, work in HR. Let's see, most recent job was as a recruiter for a crane company. Hourly folk only got a week off. They get a week? After a year of employment? Yeah, I had 3 vacation days that ended up not even counting over the course of this last year. Like, I ended up putting in those vacation days, they were approved, and then I noticed later that it just ended up switching over to unpaid days off. So that's awesome. Anyway. See, I'm from Florida. Blackouts are quickly repaired. Usually. Unless you're, like, living in a rotunda circle or whatever. Yeah, there's a very, like, it could only happen in Florida situation, by the way. To anyone that's never been in Florida, they have this circle of houses. It's like a thing that's basically one neighborhood, but also was just kind of made into its own town for reasons. But, like, I guess at some point Mike Tyson was advertising for them or something, but, like, they decided to make this little paradise, this little, like, 50s-looking paradise of just circles and lakes and rivers and things in the middle of just absolutely, you know, bumfuck nowhere. And so the result was a place that looked pretty for like a month, and then they completely abandoned it after they sold all those houses, which meant that all of those rivers and swamps, rivers and lakes and things quickly turned into, hey, there's a bunch of alligators and frogs and shit everywhere. So it's now this weird swampy circle situation in the middle of nowhere where Canadians go to end up attracting alligators by going and barbecuing in front of them, and then you can sit in your pool across the fake river from there, watching as they get chased by an alligator back into their rent-a-bungalow. So, yeah, that's a very Florida experience. Let's see. Back from Tranquil Turtwig over here. See, I hate those you can rest when you're dead mentality. Yep. Like, say that as a joke every now and then, but God, it feels very, very wrong when you're on third shift. Let's see, what? Workers are human and require the same rest as day shift? What blasphemy is now being spoken of on this channel? I know, right? We're not human. Clearly just have to be able to have a completely absurd stamina at all times. Oh, good God. Man, that cat has some gas. Sorry, one of the cats just walked by and absolutely nuked my nostrils. Ugh, that was gross. Let's see, same, it's often salaried management, preaching that mentality while having 3 weeks of vacation a year. I mean, yes, obviously, getting absolutely shafted in those particular situations, but there is, I think probably the most frustrating thing I've seen actually came from a brief stint in kind of more basic sales. So, like, I used to have a background in well, various different types of sales, from shops to retail, to like online sales and things like that. And during the pandemic, I had taken a brief period there where I tried to do the whole, like, selling Windows thing, which, should have known better. But for anyone that's ever looking at a sales gig, there's always that potential that you get one of these ones that says, hey, you got a salaried position right off the bat, and they're like, oh, that'll be your training period, and then from there you switch to commission only. That is your cue right there to go ahead and run away, because what they're gonna do is they're gonna give you a salary for a little bit, and they will, they'll give you a few sales. Those sales will magically disappear. They'll just kind of go away, and they'll tell you, oh, we're going to add this to your account, where we're going to pay you an additional salary over time, but you have to earn that salary by getting those sales. They go into your commissions, and then we trickle you those commissions, and then you're going to just keep going up and up and up, and your earning potential is unlimited, which obviously sounds like bullshit right from the get-go, but they will, they'll go ahead and push that. So initial salary goes away, and then you're on commission only to then realize, hey, wait a minute, every time I make a sale, I'm actually not making a sale. What's the deal? Why am I getting none of these commissions? And so then you start realizing, hey, all those sales that you made, it's weird how they got assigned to one of the, long timers, the top 3 there, that just somehow mysteriously end up getting fed everybody else's sales. And then you get a call from the manager. Oh, we thought that this was maybe there was a better time to go handle this one later. We thought, we decided to call them, and we changed one of the colors. So you see, you weren't really the actual final salesman on this whole thing. Like, they will just keep giving you some excuse as to why you are no longer relevant for the work that you did, driving 5 hours to the middle of nowhere to go deal with somebody's impossible looking windows, verifying the measurements and dimensions and everything else, making sure that you were good, and managed to get them on your side, talk them into buying these ludicrously expensive windows and what have you, and ultimately end up getting screwed for your effort, because you get nothing. So yeah, not really recommended there. And yeah, ultimately they tried to call me in on my daughter's birthday, and just kind of quit on the spot, and that was that. But oh well. All right, let's see. Yeah, missed a few comments here, so let's see. I'm hourly and have 3 weeks of vacation, 4 weeks and 2 more years. I mean, you got something. Actually, I think the next comment's about that. Let's see. You hit the jackpot or are smart enough to not get exploited. Hate companies that can't treat hourly people right. So you mean most companies. Let's see. If the penalty for breaking a workplace rule is unpaid overtime, then it's only a rule for management. Yep, pretty much. Let's see. Frick, too old to have that much stamina anymore. I'm in mid-40s now in my reading chair. I feel creaky and old every time coming off a third shift, though. And that does not feel much different. Like, you just basically show up as a zombie, trudge your way in, and get told that you're lazy for wanting some sleep. It's rough, dude. It is rough depending on your situation. Alright, let's see. Gators are so normalized for me being in Florida, they simply register in my brain like any other animal? Because they technically are. They're just really, really advanced. Let's say, oh god, it's an MLM. Then they pressure you to sell to friends and family. No, they had a brief stint for one of those as well. Had a relative that convinced somebody else to go buy a very expensive vacuum, and then got told, hey, you gotta go sell 3 of these things to make the bill go away, and so attempted to do so, got into 2 of them, suddenly the 3rd one never counted, ran into other folks that basically ran into the same thing, where the 3rd one just magically never counts and or is never scheduled, and so yeah, you just gave them 2 free sales for basically nothing. Way to go. Yeah, them things are awful. If you happen to have a dealer of rainbow vacuums nearby you, great machines, terrible sales thing, never ever ever volunteer to do anything for them whatsoever, or train with them, or anything else. Pick your choice. Lose your money or your soul. One of them's going away. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. LOL, unemployed right now. Life insurance company called me for a remote sales job with no base pay and all comp. 150 required to get your insurance license. Yeah, there's a lot of those. And it basically just consists of just cold calling. Like, at that point, you might as well just go start your own skip tracing company. Which, by the way, weird thing for unemployment. One that one I tried a while ago. I didn't end up liking it that much, but yeah, skip tracing. There's quite a lot of cases where you might be able to find a fairly generic contract for, let's say, getting overpaid funds from a county. The terms vary, but like basically there's situations where somebody's property sells, somebody buys it at auction, it's more than the tax amount that was owed, and technically by law in most counties, that overpaid amount is supposed to go back to the original owner to help them out. Most of the time it's just sort of an automatic thing that ends up happening, but yeah, a lot of what skip tracing companies do is finding the people that are supposed to have those, essentially splitting the proceeds because they know how to handle the paperwork, and, you know, for some it ends up being a pretty tidy income. Personally, for the brief time that I tried it, kind of got tired of running into people that were very paranoid of being found. It just sort of felt kind of dirty, but technically I've seen a lot of people succeed with that, so it's something. Oh, anyway. Let's see, as a Canadian, we're told anything that happens in Florida is gator-related. Is this true? Not always. Sometimes it's raccoons, and sometimes it's bath salts, and sometimes it's some, like, random redneck setting fire on something. Or this one time in Sarasota where there was a furry orgy in a park, but that's a whole other story. Let's see, nah, they're common, but so common most Floridians don't have a strong affinity for them. They are kind of cool to see in the background every now and then. Like, most of the time they're just this cool rock with eyes. Let's see, had a stint with Cutco Knives, the company. Oh, God. They make such good knives, though. Yeah, previously had a relative that did that. They ended up dropping off of that, but yeah, those knives, they are pretty darn good. They are very, very resilient, and especially that weird, like, bread saw thing is surprisingly good at cutting through basically anything. Alright, let's see. See, skip tracing, know Sarasota very well, parents live there. Yeah, Sarasota was awesome. Like, it did go from artsy-fartsy town to typical getting to be big town type of thing there. Like, last time I visited my brother over there, it was... I mean, granted, it's been a bit of a hot minute, and apparently hasn't gotten any better, but, like... They were at the point of going and closing off Siesta Key Beach for the purpose of only letting the millionaires use it. So, yeah, that's kind of where they're at. Let's see. Basically, hate all companies, going through lots of debt for grad school to escape business hell. Yeah, personally, I'm going more freelance. Just kind of whatever kind of gig stuff is available. I missed doing stores. Like, one genuinely fun thing that... It doesn't bring in a ton, but if you're in a place that has relatively low expenses, you can usually find just things going about and like thrifting, and then going and potentially finding things that are undervalued, going and selling those online, make yourself a little tidy income that way. Like, there's a lot of kind of work from home and or work on your own type of stuff that's potentially a lot more reasonable than a lot of what company life offers. Let's see, yeah, it's changed a lot. Yeah, Sarasota is very different from what it used to be. Say, it's funny, working in HR affirmed all my pre-held beliefs from being raised in a union household. Sounds right. Although, like, there was this, over the course of last year, there have been 3 visits from union reps attempting to change something at that particular store. And every single time, everybody would happily, like, walk out of their areas and go walk up to the union reps and let them know of all of the various ways that things were not really kind of up to scratch at that particular location. They never hired enough people. The overtime was mandatory every single day unless they forgot. It literally was only if they forgot. None of the rules were ever consistent, so, like, one day you get yelled at for going and putting away the nail clippers over at HBC. Another day, you get yelled at for not putting away the nail clippers over at HBC. One day you'll get told, hey, you are doing mandatory counting of every single item that you put away. Now, you try to count every mandatory item that you were putting away, and suddenly, hey, they're saying, no, you're counting it wrong. You see, you're counting them based off of each individual item. What we meant was that you were supposed to counted by units. What is it? What exactly is a unit? Well, it depends. Sometimes the unit is going to be each of those 3 protein shakes that was going in there. Other times it's meant to be just the box of protein shakes. Other times it's meant to be the box that contains the protein shakes, but each of those individual packages within there are now their own unit. You will now try to memorize all of these things, and you'll be wrong no matter what you do. You know, potentially, if you... one way that I heard it described is that you just go for the totes, because everything in there is essentially both. That it is essentially one item, no matter what you choose, and if you, for example, open up a box and there happens to be lots of things packaged up into one big piece of saran wrap, you are now screwed, because you are now putting away all of those things, and they all count as one item. Meanwhile, if you, let's say, get 3, bottles of conditioner, you have now put away 3 units, all counting towards your 60 unit quota for that particular hour, which doesn't always make sense, because again, if you're putting away a protein shake, if it happens to be one big box of protein shakes, that is 1 unit, but if you pick up a brown box that has 3 protein shakes in it, you have now put away things 3 times as fast. But potentially, if you ran into one of the ones that happened to be, let's say, of one of the other brands, like, what the hell was it? Not Core, what the hell was it? It's one of the newer ones, like one of the kind of like hippie sounding ones, but yeah, those ones, they happen to use particularly strong glue, and while you're struggling with that glue, you have now fallen behind the curve, and none of your numbers count anymore. What are anybody's numbers? Nobody knows. You're supposed to self-report them. Your managers are supposed to report them. Nobody's actually reporting them, but everybody's being judged on numbers that are basically only assumed. Makes no sense no matter what you do. Like, again, they're watching to make sure that everybody's not taking a look at their cell phone, because God forbid they adjust their playlist to what they're listening to. But if you happen to, let's say, get injured, whoopsie doodle, nobody was watching. If you happen to have breathing problems because you are extremely tired, nobody knows. They weren't watching. Yeah. It's an experience. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's okay now. Last hurricane almost wipes Siesta Key off the map. Fair enough. Well, good luck locking away the beach when the beach decides to reclaim itself. So it was one of those rich areas. Yeah, and then nobody felt bad except for the insurance companies, but that's okay. Screw them anyway. Thanks, management. Yes. Let's see. I've considered standing outside of Home Depot to get some of that under-the-table yard work income to skirt unemployment income. That's a very, very strong occupational hazard right now. Depending on where you live. Would definitely not recommend that one. For reasons we are not going to even delve into, because that shit is a nightmare. Anyway. See, yay, middle management. See, the insurance companies have left too. Oh, well, good. About time. About time they realized that Florida is Florida. Who would have thunk it? Man. Yeah, I have no idea who the hell insures places like Florida or whatever that one place is that has an entire town get wiped away and rebuilt basically every other year. I mean, somebody's got to be making money, I guess. I mean, I know over here we kind of just have this situation that that insurance premiums are pretty unreasonably high, but there's also this assumption that you're going to lose your car every few years due to a deer. Like, it very literally when I went and called them last year when there was a crash, it was just immediately assumed to be a deer. Because yeah, they just, like, whenever hunting season rolls around, all the deer start running into the road, and like, there's a pretty decent chance you will not see them coming. So there's that. Alright, let's see. Honestly, don't know why people live in hazard zones. I assume it's just for the danger. I don't know. Some people like to live on the edge. So yeah, plan to actually get some random contract roll in the meantime. A boy can dream. Suppose so. I mean, I guess it depends on what's available to you at any given time. I mean, I personally really missed doing like thrifting in stores and such. So I'm planning to go back to that. Because, yeah, you don't necessarily make an absolute ton, but then occasionally you have really, really cozy months doing all that sort of stuff. Not to mention, oftentimes you get to do your hobbies in the meantime, so that's nice. Like, a lot of it is very, very passive. Not really necessarily in the usual, like, passive income sense of, like, oh, I'm just going to sit here and it's just going to grow into money over time. But it's just like, auctions take time, listings take time, sales take time. So you just kind of do what you can in the meantime. Let's see, also 3 remaining enemy units, 150% woohoo. Yes. And like I said, this is probably going to be the longest thing in the entire thing. Because for most of the rest of it, it's only one guy that has to get taken out on each individual map, and you can usually just pile up on them, and or you can have some advantage against them. This is the only time that there's going to be a wipe all map that's like this. So finally. Let's see, you are blessed with Canada. I miss the north and the lack of disasters, barely any tornadoes, no power loss in the winter. Except then you have the snow. Like, I think the coziest place I've ever lived, and this is by miles, was New Mexico, specifically Rio Rancho. It's the same town that Intel is based out of, so no shocker that their internet is amazing over there. But yeah, we're talking about a place that basically has no natural disasters. During the summer, it gets kind of hot, sure, but as soon as you get into the shade, you're immediately cool. It's a dry heat, so as long as you're drinking enough, you're usually really cozy there. As far as wildlife goes, you don't really have to deal with that many bugs because they prefer to stick to all of the humid areas. As far as animals go, they generally stay away. As far as affordability goes, it's fairly cheap to live out there. Like the same house that was essentially like a three bed 1 bath with like 900 square feet here was a 3,000 square foot plus house over there. It's kind of insane. Like, it's dry desert heat, yeah, sure, but like it's very cozy once you get used to it. I saw it snow maybe once there. I saw one natural disaster, and that was because it rolled in from California. That was the wildfires turned the sky black for like a day, and that was about it in years of living there. The people are very chill, like especially New Mexico. They call it the land of manana over there because whatever it is can probably wait till tomorrow. Nothing important's happening anyway. So that feels very, very comfortable. Alright, let's see. Also live in a town where we can't get tornadoes in town, but I've driven past a couple of tornadoes. I mean, yeah, in Sarasota, they have the rivers. Like, they have the whole river system that basically protects the town somehow. But yeah, let's see. Love how I accidentally checked the damage on the axe that he's carrying, and he's basically able to two-shot himself. Alright, anyway. Let's see. Growing up in Florida, I prefer humid heat. It's the devil I know, and I hate that you don't feel dehydrated when you're in dry heat. I mean, if you drink enough water, you stop having that feeling. Like, I got used to a habit of always having a water bottle with me living out there, and yeah, it feels nice. Like, honestly, wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see, no snow tires, heretics. Yeah, the snow here is like, honestly, genuinely, if I had the option to just instantly relocate with all the kiddos over to New Mexico, I totally would. Like, if and when like they go to high school and whatever else, would totally be on board with relocating back over there. I mean, it's funny because this is compared with California, which objectively basically has perfect weather year-round, and yet despite that, there's just something wrong with being... Like, I always felt out of place in California, just because it always felt like you had to be an absolute millionaire to fit in whatsoever, even in the kind of rougher areas. I don't know. Very good nature. Like, if you are kind of antisocial and you don't like being around people, you can definitely hang out in the nature out there, and it's really, really nice. But it is really funny to see people panicking because it rained and they don't know how to handle that. So, you know. Take the good with the bad, I suppose. Let's see, don't believe in snow tires, basically don't need them. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got, like, all weathers on mine, and it barely handles the snow right now. So you'd be surprised, the vast majority of people I've met in America in my life, met in my life as an American think snow tires are stupid. Yeah, until you get stuck in the snow, I suppose. That's when it suddenly is very valuable. Let's see, Sarasota is crazy lucky with the exception of the last hurricane. They've not gotten hit by a hurricane since the 1960s. Yep, that's where my brother lives. Even when it was a direct hit, ironically, the east of Florida was hit harder. Yeah, they have this, like, circle of rivers that for some reason redirects all stuff that goes that way. I don't know if they knew that when they were building it, but it just basically, like my brother calls it the Sarasota force field. It's just stuff gets redirected all the dang time. Like they flood a little bit, but they don't get directly hit, and that's probably why New Yorkers love investing so much money there. Anyway, so you dude, I live in LA now, and you're right. They can't understand any weather beyond clear weather. No chance in hell they knew of that. Yeah, it's very funny to see. It's hard to believe until you see it for yourself. Just like people panicking, running around, trying to understand what this wetness is coming from the sky. Oh, it's great. Oh, it's absolutely great. Yeah, it is absolutely wild. And then meanwhile, you go a little bit farther north over to like Oregon, and it's just like just foggy all the dang time, and nobody cares. It's perfectly fine. It's just foggy now. You don't need to see anyway. Eyeballs are for losers. Let's see, they just don't drive if it's raining. Yeah, roads become instantly clear. One of those weird phenomena over there. Whew, God, I gotta turn up the heat here, though. It feels like... Granted, I'm nearby a window, so that's not really helping the situation, but dang, it feels cold. So you guys just put the image of an American yelling and shouting at the clouds during a rain shower. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of California experience. Seriously, like, the weather is so nice all the rest of the time there that they genuinely don't know what the hell to do. Let's see, all the milk has been bought in town and preparing for the storm. Canned food, no way. What are you, in Texas or something? It's like stuff seems to be operating like normal over here. Still can't believe how long this is taking. Like, yeah, this was meant to be tedious from the get-go, but holy crap. It's almost done. See, California itself is beautiful in order to make up for the people who live here. Yeah. You certainly get some opinionated folks out there. Oh, Southwest Tennessee? Okay, that's understandable. That is very understandable. Yep. Okay, so speaking of places that are kind of out there, one of the weirdest paradoxes to me, it should make sense, but it always just feels weird to me, is whenever you get to Kansas. Because, like, thinking about it, like, you think of Kansas, oftentimes what you're going to be thinking of is something like Wizard of Oz, right? So thinking like, oh, it's going to be all dusty and whatever else, you know, there's not going to be much weird weather out there. Maybe they get tornadoes or whatever else. And then you get over there, and it's freaking humid, you know? Like, that whole region, it just feels weird for it to be humid. I don't know why. Obviously, it is how it is, however it was. It just feels unnatural to have it feel like Florida in a place that's so far away from Florida. Maybe I'm the only weirdo that feels this way, but I don't know. It just always seemed wrong to me to get to Kansas and be like, this just does not feel like the weather that should belong here. It's inland, you don't expect it to be humid? Yeah, exactly. Alright. Almost done here. Almost done here, and then we don't follow this up for a while because this was extremely tedious, but the rest of it will be faster. This is the longest part by far. See, Idaho is my dream state. You know what? I think I might be able to agree on that. It is the land of the potatoes. See, legit thought you'd be done before 4 AM, but I think it's actually going to pass it. Yeah, this is... Yeah, this is definitely going a lot longer. I originally planned for 2 hours for this. Not really sure why I thought it would go that quickly. And I think in the future, whenever doing these, the cutoff is going to just be the hard 2 hours no matter what. I just don't want to accidentally overwrite the save at this point, because you only have the one temporary save for this one. It's one of the few things that was actually a downgrade in RB. But yeah. So you still 1 AM here, you win in my book. Well, glad to see that. Definitely going to be tired going to this next day. Not really... I mean, I suppose it's good because it's technically my day off on that, which today also kind of became one because I physically could not get to where work is happening and had other reasons as well. So there's that. Like the way you think, yep. We'll go ahead and accept that technicality. And I will say part of this is because I didn't do the thing that I did in my test of this whole thing. Like, when I was doing my test run, I did the blue necklace on him, and I'm assuming the daily luck was different because the day that it had started was different. So, like, technically everyone's luck was on a different timer and what have you, which meant that these 3s were 13s way more often of the time here. Because they, you know, they land in these particular locations. If they get a knockback, it becomes a 13 instead of a 3, and that blue thing raises those odds by 10%. Currently, his odds are probably... Let's see. Yeah, today, currently he's at 6 out of 10, so roughly speaking, his luck should be at 60. What that translates into as far as knockback chance, I have absolutely no idea. But presumably, if his luck was better, he'd be getting those a lot more often, given what we saw out of Mr. Chuck Throwhard earlier, as well as what was going on during the testing run. That is kind of the key difference here. So he is getting that thing going forward because it's the only luck boosting item for a while. So not only is he doing like a quarter of what he should be doing at this point, he's also seemingly getting parried more often. Although allegedly it's been confirmed that luck has no effect on parry odds in this version. I still don't believe that, but whatever. It is what it is. See, would that affect this much? Yes, it certainly would. Like you saw earlier, like when we had like Denim at the very start, he started off with a lucky day, and additionally, he had that necklace, and it was enough for him to nail 4 of those critical knockbacks in a row. In this case, we've seen barely any. You know, like he's got maybe what feels something close to like 5% odds to nail the thing right now, and yeah. So that's, I feel, largely why it has been so far off the mark. Maybe it's more, I don't know. But that kind of feels about accurate. Either way, as long as they get to 5, that's what we're looking for here. So we should be done fairly soon here. And then we'll go from there. So I think, due to timing and whatever else, I'm gonna go ahead and like quickly show what the plan is for the next one, but I really want to be getting to sleep soon here, so as soon as this bit's done, we're just gonna be doing that. So soon and soon. What is funny though is like comparing the route with this on the PSP version, the whole anatomy thing, it ends up speeding this particular section up noticeably. So like from here we end up seeing that it ends up getting up until Rhyme dramatically faster, and he's potentially doing like 80s with these rocks by the time you hit Rhyme, and then immediately just drops down to 1s permanently with no option to even get the knockback bonus. Like it's just gone forever from that point. See, well, I got you gents here. Looking forward to seeing the Steam release of From Mission 3. Wait, wasn't it out already? I thought that was out months ago. And it came out to reviews that were like, yeah, I guess it's alright, but the original was better. Kind of seemed to be the general theme anyway. Did I miss something? Is there some new remake? Did they redo it or something? It's on Switch 6 months ago? Oh, it wasn't on Steam yet? That's kind of a weird thing to wait for. I guess they didn't want modders to go and fix the weird cardboard animations immediately. Maybe that's their new go-to. I don't know. see, all the FM remakes had a 6-month release of Switch exclusives. Yeah, fair enough. 1 and 2 are the same. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't particularly interested in 1 and 2. It's just like, it was by the time they got to 3 that stuff kind of got interesting. That was my first one of those as well. Like, it felt weird starting with 3 and then finding basically nothing to enjoy in 1, and then kind of some novelty in 2, but it just felt like a downgrade anyway. So you played on the Switch version, it was honestly great, looking forward to the Steam release. Huh, I should probably reach out to them for a code for that one. Wonder, I mean, they sent other stuff I never would have expected them to send a code for. Granted, I did release several things basically saying it looks like it'll suck, but, you know, maybe they'll ignore that and send it anyway. Because, yeah, currently, like, Octopath Zero is on that list, and I never expected that one to ever get sent over, especially after all of the... Yeah, you know what? Maybe they will do it, because how many times have I said Triangle Strategy was, well, you know, various different rephrasings of a, you know, pale-as-hell imitation of what this game is, by a team that really should have known better. You know, generally just not nice things said about it. Or that the variability in the plot can be potentially explained by the fact that the one post-game thing they released only checked for whether one decision got made in the game. Certainly says something. Let's see, or maybe talk shit about it and they'll send a code to prove you wrong. I mean, sure, maybe. That could happen too, I suppose. I mean, it's got to work for some folks out there anyway. I mean, granted, I guess thinking about the whole Triangle thing, I mean, I guess also I did put out a thing saying that Octopath 2 is pretty good. I don't know. Though, interestingly enough, there actually is one of the first, well, I guess technically not completely first, but one of the first anyway, sponsored type of dealies coming up, I guess in February or something like that. Still waiting for more details, but yeah. One of them type deals that, interestingly enough, supposedly was something that at least partially was inspired by that, by the whole Night of Lotus thing. So I'm kind of curious to see whether it actually will be similar or not. Let's see, what gets a code faster, kicking a symbol or kissing it? I have no idea. I'm assuming they're probably just laughing alongside everybody else. Because, like, I'd assume most of the people in the marketing department are probably, they probably don't carry the highest opinions of the folks above them. Like, oh yeah, producers just said we gotta get so many codes out. You know what, they technically covered it. Oh, they said it was just a gigantic dumpster fire? Well, anyway. Like, there was some... I forget the name of it right now. There was some random, like, generic-looking, like, MMO RPG kind of deal that sent something like a I think it was like 60 days free membership or something, in a response to that one video for War of the Visions from like has it really been like 7 years at this point? Like, it's weird because that was before anything realistically took off. And so, like, that particular one was just calling the thing an absolute dumpster fire that wasn't worth your time. And they're like, oh, you absolutely hated this thing. Well, we were inspired by it. Go ahead and have a code. I guess you never know. Though it is a little bit sad to see that there isn't more discussion about Con Valeria at this point. Because they really, really tried with that one. Thing's good. Guess what? We're almost down to 1 unit finally. God, this is taking forever. Alright. Yes, thank you. Just kindly stand against that bush. Thank you kindly. Now please get like a bajillion criticals in a row if you wouldn't mind. As we get absolutely none. Alright, let's see. Now we do the math. It's gonna take something to the tune of 40 rocks to the face. Unless there's criticals, in which case it'll be dramatically faster. Alright. Almost done. Almost done. Sorry, I missed the bit about Con Valeria. As far as I knew, I mean, it basically was like this, except free and on phones, and I mean, they genuinely tried really hard with... granted, the story had some English because it was translated out of Chinese, and I think that's why a lot of folks just immediately looked down on it, but, like, they genuinely tried really hard. They probably had more variation than I've seen out of pretty much anything out of this genre. The thing has gotten continuous expansions for over a year at this point. Genuinely, the stuff comes out faster than I ever could have covered it. To this point, I think there's like 7 or 8 expansions that I still haven't even gotten to, and haven't even been able to get to on top of anything else, so anyway. Let's see, prequel story stuff was good. Yeah, it was pretty neat. Like, they basically just took what Chimera Squad did and just made it bite-sized. Just made it into that game, and honestly, gameplay-wise, it ended up working a bit better, I thought. See, if you fly down and punch him, we won't judge him. What difference would it make? At this point, it's the same. Alright. Let's see. Feel bad for never touching SOC, but then again, I have 700 other things rotting in my library, too. Yeah, fair enough, and especially fans of this genre, with these games taking so dang long. Yeah, it's not a surprise many of them end up rotting in the backlog, unfortunately. It's probably part of the reason that more of them don't get made. And also part of the reason, again, going back to the whole, like, Rad Codex thing, just, like, part of the genius of their particular design, because they have a tendency to have a like, ludicrous amount of stuff off to the sides, but the actual main plot is not that long, so, you know, you can usually blow through them pretty quickly if you're feeling like doing a quick run, but at the same time, if you really wanted to get super meaty with it, you can have one save file that'll last you months. Nice little way to kind of explore both directions there. Alright. See, Golden Ending route was so weird, and then dived into collabs, which I don't think are good for overall lifespan, as it takes up main story dev time. Yeah, no idea. I didn't look at any of the collab type stuff. I mean, like, when it comes to... Also, was there actually a, like, golden ending that was hidden behind completing all the other stuff or something? Because, like, I know personally the first time through I was told that there was no good ending, so to speak, and so I tried to get one, ended up getting one, so there were a lot of little hidden objectives that you could just sort of figure out, you know, with relatively little effort, so, I don't know. Like, is that what we're talking about as far as a golden ending, or are we talking about, like, there's actually some proper, you get absolutely every single good thing happening kind of route? Because honestly, the sort of like mixed kind of gray area type of endings, those felt pretty good to me. Like, the writing on those felt pretty on point. It felt like there was a decent amount of kind of weight behind all the decisions and what have you. So, I don't know. I mean, then you had some other ones that were, for example, like, what the hell was the name of the thing? Like Aiden from a little while back. Like, I wanted to cover more of that thing. Like, the story behind it was all, you know, development story and whatever was pretty tragic and what have you, but, like, it was so freaking long of a thing that I genuinely just couldn't actually get to it. It had a lot of cool ideas, and I was actually really surprised to see my son coming back from the library one day, and he had a copy of it. I'm like, well, if you ever want to experience the whole thing, you know, they sent me all of it for some reason. Let's see, each route has a good and bad ending, and then they did new events that unlocked an entirely separate route. That is the golden ending route. So you have the 3 base game routes, 1 prequel route, 1 extra route, 1 golden ending. Ah, okay. So they did have an extra one. Gotcha. I mean, I was perfectly happy with just sort of the outcomes of those original ones. Alright. Now, we save this thing. Also, we hire Kidney, finally. Dear God, save this thing. Go to the store, hire a Kidney. Alright. It's the strongest lady we got. There we go. Okay, there we go.
You sure? At your service.
Okay. Now I'm just going to show what the plan was for the next bit, and then we're calling it done for today, because I really need to get to bed. Okay, so we got this, we got this. There we go. So, the whole point of doing all this nonsense to begin with is kind of a multi-parter. For one thing, phalanx, for another thing, recruit. Because while it takes a while to beat the hell out of certain things in the next section, being able to eventually recruit things is potentially a useful option. Also down the road, it will be possible to recruit a lizard, so that will be useful over here. Okay. Get one of these, get concentration, and get one of these. And additionally, there will be some items that will be useful for concentration in a bit, but we're not kind of at that point yet. Okay. Yeah, you have all of your stuff. You get this over here. Yeah, you're going to be pretty useless so far. This one gets that one. That'll be relevant possibly later. Okay. And then you will just continue staying right there. Okay. I don't think there's anything as far as these go, just one water. We'll deal with that later. This guy can potentially go up to 5, but I would prefer to save those for the time being. Okay. It's all saved. Every recruit is like tens of stones not thrown. Unfortunately. Alright. So. Get rid of this one for the time being. Place that with this one so they get experience and such. And also... probably get rid of this one. No, actually get rid of this one. Okay. Do all that. You need to replace this with one of these. This with one of these. And this thing with one of these. So, items now get handed out. Here's the backup plan. You get the same kind of stuff over here. These will eventually run out. There's a good reason they're being put in here. Because yeah, with stuff lasting this long, one of the little kind of unexpected side effects is that anybody getting knocked to the ground is basically just guaranteed to be gone. Congratulations on winning your 3 to 3.5 hour training fight. Yep. That's the warm-up. But no, alright, why that matters will make sense later. Basically, the difference is, at this point, he's able to do something finally. So, against most things, there's still not necessarily that much he'll be able to do. But there's those little islands down there on the bottom, right? So basically the plan, going forward here, is to put everything either into sleep or paralysis, leave them on this side of the map so that they're too far away to go join, and then get her to go over here. At which point they can just kind of be pelted, and that's about that. So, we'll get to that as we'll get to it. Whether or not that guy ends up making it is entirely his own choice. We'll see how that all plays out. But yeah, one way or another, yeah, you just go ahead and take a nap if you can. Nope. He's going to bed now, he says, but the addiction of throwing rocks is just too powerful. Well, I want to get to Canopus's second turn at least. Because I'm hoping to at least show something going on here, you know? suppose one of the benefits of throwing rocks is this. As you can do that, go ahead and get yourself autos right off the bat, which then gives you kind of more play in that particular direction. But yeah, the one thing with this one is that her defenses are lower than pretty much anybody else around, and so this means that he can actually, you know, threaten her to some degree. Just one more stone. I mean, kind of. Look, I'm getting to it. We're almost done here. I'm sorry. Slash, no regrets. Whatever. We'll get to it. But like I said, in the future, these are going to have a strict time limit. This is going to be the longest one of these for sure. Anyway. Also, partially is just like the reward after everything else is listening to the best music in the game, so just, you know, whatever. Roll with it. That's good fun, Sass. I know, I know. Alright. Alright, so first things first, he goes over here, and now, against some things, as you can see, he's actually able to put out a number or two. So like the ghosts and such. It's technically something. So either way, not perfect, not the greatest thing ever, but we will end up seeing some results from this going forward. Actually, come to think that he's basically got all of them already ready to go right there, so... One quick check here. Let's see, 58, 52... Yeah, no, he's still better. Had to check, had to check. But either way, both of these two are going to be the only ones that can be any reasonable threat here. Would be a waste not to do 3 with 3 fizzes right there. You know what? What if I could? What if I could? But no, I gotta get to bed. I'm just gonna do the whole temporary save thing, and whenever it happens, it happens. Plus, you say 3. I think you mean 5, because you know it knows what's coming. We'll just have this one go ahead and just kind of hide over here and hope nothing comes for her. Let me go ahead and pick up one of these, just to feel a little bit better. Probably should have checked the store if BOS is available yet. I don't think it is. I think it's like right after this point. Probably wrong. Didn't bother to check. Probably should have done. See, 12 times faster than the last fight? Nope. Nope, technically not. Alright, so with that, he now does 16 versus this guy, and already we're up to 2 versus her. So again, with the it's something. You can actually see the bar move. It's like a miracle. Ignore the 1% odds to hit. That'll be better later. There you go, another one of those. I just noticed I forgot the dang necklace again. Ugh. Whatever. Okay, almost. Like, I mean, if I wanted to get real annoying with it, as a matter of technicality, you could give a bunch of like magi-ups over to the cleric and just have them technically heal things, but yeah. We're not doing that. And with this one... Yeah. That about sums up that experience. Okay, anyway. With that being said, that is all I'm doing for today, so... I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping it up here. We'll just go ahead and drop it as a temporary save thing. And whenever we get back to it, we'll get back to it. This will be about this tedious most of the way through. But given that it's only one thing as opposed to 7, it is going to be dramatically faster going forward. But yeah, that being said, this is already ridiculously over time as it is, so I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up there. So, y'all have yourselves a good one. Thank you for stopping by on this tedious ridiculousness, and once again, thank you to... dang it, I am blanking on the name. Hold up. Gotta find their name now. Let me see. Let me find you. There we go. To Rabid. Thank you to Rabid for everything from earlier. And, okay. Anyway, that's about that. Time to get going. Y'all have yourselves a good one. Alright, take care. Bye.